Hi everyone, my name is Pedro Jerónimo and I welcome you. In the name of the team, all the team members of Media Trust Lab, the project that promotes this ECREA post-conference, I welcome you all. We have begun to gradually emerge from an unprecedented global crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected all sectors, including the media. Journalism has once again performed an important mission to guarantee populations the necessary information in a climate of uncertainty. At the same time, the infodemic, disinformation, and fake news had privileged opportunity to growth. Production increased, as did exposure, especially in the lockdown periods. The ECREA 2022 post-conference focused on small territories and communities. During this day, we will talk a lot about local media. If studies in the field already shown us that it was a sector experiencing difficulties, a reality that is more evident in some countries than in others, especially with more fragile economies, the current state of the local media remains to be seen. From business and management changes to content distribution, through editorial and production challenges, there is a lot to study and learn about. Although this ECREA 2022 post-conference intends to take a transversal look at the transformation that have taken place in local media, thus updating existing knowledge, it also intends to address a topic that has been little present on media studies. We mean local disinformation. What is the state of local media in this gradual process of exit from the COVID-19 pandemic? How did the local media outlets and their journalists adapt? How did they experience the growing phenomenon of disinformation? And how did they manage to respond? On the other hand, how is artificial intelligence and automated journalism helping or can help local newsrooms? And because in the meantime, a war broke out in Europe, what role have the local media played? What challenges present themselves? These are just a few questions to start what is expected to be a long day of debate. I end by thanking those who come to share their studies and thoughts, and also those who follow us through streaming on Media Trust Lab YouTube channel. The chat is now available to receive your comments, but above all, your questions. I wish you all a great day. Now, we're going to start in the few minutes. We're going to start the first section because we have a few minutes left. We'll wait for the time, so you can wait a few minutes extra. We're going to start with Carmen.
Hello, can you hear me? I think it's my time for my presentation. I'm not so sure yet. Okay, thank you. Hello to everybody. I'm Carmen Neamțu, and my paper is about the state of local media in Romania. I work for 25 years in Romanian written press, so my approach is not just a theoretical one. I could easily change the title of my presentation into a more exciting one, saying the state of local media from a torture chair to copy-paste journalism. And I will explain later on what's going on. If you download yes, if you download yes, and again, so my article, yes, this one, this is the new title, From Torture Chair to Copy-Paste Journalism. Used another slide, please. I used this quote from Oscar Wilde, from the English writer Oscar Wilde, who said that centuries ago people used the torture chair, and now they have the press. This quote from Oscar Wilde is just a beautiful phrase regarding the local media in Romania, and I will explain why. But first, let's see what is the state of media today. Due to the lack of time, I will just use a brief presentation of the latest study of media consumption in Europe and in Romania. The study is from May this year, and it said that media consumption in Romania kills print media. The print media is losing ground to the online press. Television remains the main sources of news with 80% of the respondents. Print media is only 50% interest, 6% less than for the European public. You can just go to the slide number 6. This is the Eurobarometer, yes. And then 7, trust in print media and online media is 23% in Romania versus 39% in Europe. Slide number 8, teenagers and young people between the ages of 15 and 24 are loyal to channels such as Instagram, and in Romania, Facebook is the home to older consumers who also trust traditional media and read printed newspapers. All age groups use social networks. Slide number 9, I think. All age groups use social networks to send messages, to find out what friends are going or are doing every day. Only 20% of the respondents says that they use social network to find out news, the percentage being slightly increased to 29% in Romania. So what is the main problems faced by the Romania local media today? So just go to slide number 12. There are 2 more problems, and yes, the print media is losing ground to the online press. And there are 2 main problems: the lack of money and the lack of credibility. That is slide number 13. So what is the state of local media? It's slide 14. The crisis of the year 2008 affects the structure of the local media and the number of journalists employed. They end up accumulating multiple functions, and they covering many areas of actuality: politics, administration, culture, sports, economy. There are also problems with distribution in print. That's slide number 15. Yes. And the other slide, 16. The other problem is the problem of opportunism, partisanship. I can say also about mercenaries in the press, because journalists, local journalists, become a sort of a PR agent, and they show obedience to the employers and the state structures who pay advertising to journalists and their publication. So we can speak about a reconversion of journalists, or a sort of undercovered journalism. That's the next slide. when many representatives of the written press from my country saved themselves passing into the boat of the state, of the local administration. So journalists have reconverted into counselors of different politicians, or they become employed of the city hall in my country. Local journalists become a sort of a PR agent. It's the next slide. And very few Romanian local publications have any content obtained through the work of documenting journalists. They are just being simple platforms that distribute ready-made texts by the PR offices of various institutions. So that's why I was saying in the next slide that we can talk about the copy-paste journalist. That is why frequently we find the same text in the local newspaper and in the local online press with the same title and with the same content without the slightest intervention of the journalist. So that's why I was saying that this phrase from Oscar Wilde is just a beautiful phrase right now into Romania. That is slide number 20. And then 21. Local media become a collection of news articles. Newspapers in print and online gave up complex articles and becomes a collection of news. There is no difference between them and the online publication, from which the reader can find his information in real time and of no cost other than the paid internet connection. Slide 22, if you want. So we can speak about a compromise and the accumulation of many responsibilities for the journalist. Compromise that is surviving means compromising. Most of the time they accumulate editorial tasks, they document and write articles in various fields. They also end up attracting and actually bringing advertising for the publication. And some of them are also involved in PR works for various parties. The next slide. For instance, in my hometown, which is similar to Porto in Portugal, we have only two newspapers in print. One is in Romanian language and the other one is in Hungarian, because my town is near the Hungarian border. Next slide. And we have only two print and then a lot of online publications. 25 also. It's the names of the publication. Then next slide. So the local press can say that takes the temperature of the current society nowadays, and we can speak about the pressure of advertising today, which may or may not come depending on the preferences of the press owners. Local journalists. Next slide. Local journalists are perceived as working for someone rather than belonging to a serious press entity, printed or online. So local press is rather an instrument and influence than a product of correct and free information in the for the Romanian public. I think that's it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Carmen.
It's okay.
You have also 4 minutes if you want to complete or add something. If not,
no,
we move.
I think it's okay.
Thank you. Thank you once again.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to move forward. At the moment, it is supposed to have a presentation from our colleagues from Brazil, but they are not in the room yet. So I'll move to Signe Ivas Kenlenka Vaskova. If it's all right, let me join them in the room. Welcome for both.
Hello,
of you.
Hi.
Hi. It's okay for you to start your presentation?
Absolutely, okay. Absolutely.
Oh, okay, let's move on. Time is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. So today we are going to talk about the digitization of local journalism. And our heading is Managers Living in the Future, Journalists in the Present. And we will talk about it a bit in next slides. So we can carry on. Next slide, please. So our aim today is to compare local media journalists' perceptions of digital transition in the newsrooms in Czech Republic and Estonia. Next slide. And the question, of course, arises, why these countries? To be honest, Estonia and Czechia are quite similar on historic background. Even in media systems, there are similarities, but most of all, what we are trying to also propose today is that these countries help each other out. For example, Estonia is known as an e-country. We do everything online. And actually, and Czechia is known for not doing everything online. But one thing that I often hear is that Estonia is so small and so unique and so special. So when we study local journalism in Estonia, maybe it's only suitable for Estonian context. Today, we're here to argue that proposition. Czechia is around twice the size of Estonia, and there are about 10 times more people living there. Next slide, please. From the theoretical perspective, I'm going to go over it really fast. We recognize different agents that help to explain the nature of the innovation, including culture within the newsroom, structure, and the agency of the newsroom as well. What else you need to know about is how local journalists react to changes and digital transition. So again, this has been studied, and really good points been brought out by previous researchers, that there is this certain resistance towards the changes happening in the newsroom. And we also argue that the problems in the newsroom, like Fowler, have been there before. So it's not only the digital transition, there are other aspects that have led us to where we are at the moment. Yes, we can carry on, please. Next slide. So these are our research questions. How local media journalists perceive digital transition in the newsroom in Czechia and in Estonia. Next slide, please. This is our sample. So we have 12 local journalists from Estonia. And I said before, Estonia is 1.3 million of Estonians population. And 12 local journalists might not seem that much to many other countries, but for Estonia and for certain local journalism regions, it's as many as there are. For example, on the islands, there are altogether 13 journalists working. So that will set like this context as well. And 33 local journalists from Czechia. And we approached it by in-depth interviews with the local journalists. Yes, you can carry on now. This is our research question, and now we present the findings. Please, next slide.
So it's my turn now. So we can see this difference. I can say it in general that the reporters or editors see this digital transition as a change of their workload at times where the salary doesn't increase enough. And for managers, it's a matter of money as well, but it's like a bigger problem of this innovation. Is it worth it or not? So you can see that for reporters, this online news, yes, we can work on it. We can produce the news for print and online at the same time. It's usual the same content, but not for social media. They are not big fans of them. But for managers, social media are like a good tool to promote advertisement and to gain more money. We can see it as an easy route to money. You can see the younger journalists, because the managers are mostly older. So for younger journalists, they are more open to innovations, but they are under the influence of both the older colleagues and older managers, so they like this part of socialization, they are not so open to digital transition because of it as well. They are often passive, or let's say burnout, because there is mostly 1 or 2 journalists in the local newsrooms. So in terms of workload, they really don't want to do more for the same money or less money. And they understand, and you can understand it as an excuse, but they understand the online as cannibal to the print edition. They say that if we will support the digital edition, it will cut the money from the print edition, and it's not worth it. For managers, they know that they have to find new ways how to get money out of the publishing local media. So either they are active or passive, they try to find ways how to get money, and the digital transition is one of them. So when they are thinking about strategies for change, they sometimes not thinking about journalists. They thinking about technology, hardware, but they like take the journalists for granted. So we can skip to another slide.
Mhm.
Thank you. So more generally, managers are more likely to propose change or to passively accommodate to it because they have no other way how to get money. You can see the quotation here that they understand more the pressing of the lifelong training for journalists and these like trends. For reporters, they are more likely to resign or to passively expect what is coming and what the editors will want from them. And you can see this quotation about that the print medium is more important and affected by the online transition. So
Yes.
back to Signe, and next slide, please.
Yes. So now this is what happens in Czechia. Now we turn to Estonia, the small Baltic country. Thank you. So these are the findings. And as you can see, actually quite many are the same. Online is seen as an additional task by the reporters, even so that it's always left aside, meaning that we have to fill the newspaper and online comes when it comes if necessary. Besides, online is not a serious journalism channel. It's not considered to be something to actually put effort in. So even if they do something online, then it usually is half reporting, not using enough sources, putting out not full information because they don't have it, they have not acquired it. Young journalists are more open to innovation, but as the newsroom culture is that, online journalism is not that serious, it creates also this pressure towards the younger journalists who then, take the pressure as it is and refuse digital transition with their colleagues, or are passive towards it. What else? Social media is also used by managers, but also as instead of their online outlet. So they don't have really good online outlets, therefore they use social media as one. So they post stories on social media and hope to reach the audience. The problem of innovation, not having enough money to do so, and in Estonia, managers don't see the need for experimentation, lifelong training. It's expected of you to know how different ICT like technology works. So they say even in Estonia that you are born with a telephone or a tablet in your hand. So it's expected from you that you know this. So the need for training is often left secondary. We can carry on. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. And the perceptions, of course, depend, how strong the perception by the manager depends on how much money basically the newsroom has. And one thing is also that even in bigger newsroom, there is lack of routines, of efficient routines of how to manage both online and newspaper in one newsroom, in one workflow. So therefore, requiring or asking for it on local journalism ground is a big leap, I would say. And we can carry on. Yes, and we are now where we can conclude that the way that the management sees the future of local journalism is somewhat different from how reporters and editors see it. So one expects the digital journalism to be the saving grace, and the other expects to follow the same ways of how they always have done it, and not to change them in any way, or if them very slightly. So there is this gap, and not even understanding why digital journalism is necessary, why management wants to do it. So there is this lack of communication and explanation as well. So we can carry on to the next slide, to the last slide. Yes. So what does it mean in 50 seconds that I've left? There is struggle, of course. Journalists who are put to do the work of digital journalism start negotiating, requiring some more money, and all in all are probably leaving the job because they will retire. So that's the thing with local journalism. A lot of the local journalists are of older generation. There is no way to outsource the information because there is no money in the newsroom. What was always there has been always there. And the last thing is that on the university level, we've understood that we prepare journalists in our training and in our education to do multimedia, to do this online journalism that is like this top-notch. But when they go out there, then they are used to mow the lawn, these Ferraris. So that's how I'm ending our presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you both. And we're moving after Romania, Estonia, and Czech Republic. We are moving to Portugal with Ricardo. One moment, please.
You can hear me? Yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. So I'm gonna present this work. Can local news outlets really benefit from artificial intelligence, machine learning, and other algorithms for automation? A profound reflection on the reality of local media in Portugal. You can pass to the next slide, please. So the starting point is precisely this report from the artificial intelligence in local news made by Associated Press. So I don't bring new data nor even answers for some questions. I pose some questions related to this issue. We can consider in this report and then others that I'm going to talk later that there are a lot of potential to use artificial intelligence in newsrooms and also in local newsrooms, as Associated Press report says. And they also present some examples how Associated Press use this artificial intelligence for many things, to automation of brief text stories, to personalization of web and mobile news displays. So a lot of examples, but what is important is to understand that in some of these reports, we're gonna have they also identify a gap where these artificial intelligence technologies are used in this moment. You can pass to the next slide, please. So they highlight what they consider the interest of various media in artificial intelligence, but they also identify in these reports that there are little use made by these media, with many of them, even the biggest one, sometimes showing a willingness, not showing a willingness to experiment. So they are afraid to experiment. Moreover, and according to the authors, the reasons for sometimes this rejection are almost always the same and include the lack of knowledge from the professionals, knowledge or skills, and also the lack of time and money. So, and also very, very important is the time that we need to experiment when we try to introduce something new in the newsrooms. And in case of artificial intelligence technologies, we need time also to experiment. And in these newsrooms, the data collected show that this is also a problem. They don't have time to experiment these new technologies. You can pass to the next slide, please. So in another report, in this case from the Reuters Institute, it is also highlighted that the time for artificial intelligence is now, that we have to use to profit from artificial intelligence. They also present some data from the questions that they made to the reporters, to editors, and more than 1810 say that artificial intelligence will be very important this year to delivering better personalization and content recommendations for consumers, to automating and speeding up newsroom workflows. But once again, some of the examples presented in this report are related to newsrooms with some dimension, and we don't have in these reports the local dimension studied. So it's important to think more in the local dimension, local newsrooms. And if in these local newsrooms, we can really have this use of artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. In the next slide, I'm gonna also talk about another report. This one focuses on the perspectives of journalism from 71 news organizations from 32 different countries regarding artificial intelligence. And they identify also some new perspectives, but when they ask the respondents to think how they add the resources, these artificial intelligence technologies, it's interesting to see the answers, because 46% mention it's what they really need to use artificial intelligence is training, education, and literacy in the newsrooms. And 33% cited that they need new people with new skills to work with artificial intelligence. So they highlight the importance of artificial intelligence, but then they also highlight the importance of more skills, more people, and also more collaboration with other organizations and universities. And this is also an interesting point of analysis. Next slide, please. So we have some questions that we have to pose. What is the real impact these technologies, these artificial technology, intelligence technologies can have on the local news landscape, where we know that there is problems, there are difficulties? Does it make sense to think about the application of these technologies right now without resolve some other problems that we also identify in the newsrooms? Will newsrooms be able to really benefit from its use in this moment? So in the next slide, I'm going to talk about some projects that are made in Portugal, some reports. In this one, in the study on the effects of the state of the emergency on journalism in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, the authors identify a lot of trends, but one of is related to the precariousness is that increase with the pandemic. There are a lot of professionals that think in leaving the profession because they are discontent with the profession, the recognition in the profession, with the income. We also, but this is a survey, a national survey. With some colleagues from LabCom. In the next slide, I show you some results from a report that we that came from a project that we made in Portugal in the local media, with the local journalists, and where we can see also that there are higher percentages of people, professionals that think about the possibility of leaving the profession because of the low income. And in the next slide, we also can see that not only the low income is a reason to leave the profession, also the degradation of the profession itself, and also the lack of appreciation and recognition. And it's because of all of this that we have to think about what we have in the local newsrooms in Portugal, and if we don't need to resolve first some of the problems that we have, and then think in the application of artificial intelligence. Also in this report, in the next slide, we can see some of the responses from some of the professionals, some of the answers from some of the professionals from the local media, and we can highlight some points. The need from more human resources, the idea that the local media have been adapting quite well to the digital, but if you want to do more, you need more people. We need more training, and when we need training, we need time, and normally we don't have time to this training. And what we can conclude is that the newsrooms are more empty. This is the reality, like the professional said. And if we don't have people in the newsrooms, we cannot think about using artificial intelligence, even if we think as artificial intelligence as some solution to improve some working conditions. But we need time to experiment, and we don't have time to do that. We don't have money to do that in the local newsrooms in Portugal. And to finish, in the next slide, I recovered one of the reports that I like the most from Reuters Institute, that collect also data from international editors, CEOs, product managers, academic experts, and they talk about the bright, tiny things and shiny things syndrome, that some newsrooms try to go to introduce some new technologies, but the problem that they don't think really how they can impact the life of the newsrooms with that technologies. So it's important to think about what innovation we need for the journalism, because sometimes the bigger innovation is the smallest innovation. We can innovate in some of the small processes that bring big differences to the newsrooms, instead of think about artificial intelligence that we don't gonna have some changes, some real changes in the newsroom. So this is a reflection about, it's important to think if at this moment, right now, the most important to the newsrooms from the local newsrooms in Portugal is the introducing artificial intelligence technologies. So like I said, is not new data, is also, it's mainly a reflection about what we need in this moment at the local newsrooms in Portugal. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Ricardo. Now we're moving from Portugal to China. Wang Tiao are going to join us soon.
Hi,
Hi.
can you hear
Hi.
me?
Yes. Going to put your slide on.
Okay.
It's this one.
Yes.
Stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. And today I will share my paper research on the dilemma of media integration and development of community media in Western China, and based on the investigation of Huaxi Community Newspaper. And so let's carry on. And it's for the research background. And the community media has a long history in Western countries such as the United States, but the first community newspaper was only launched in mainland China in 2001. And since then, cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Dalian, and have also issued community newspapers in their regions. And however, the development of community newspapers is mostly concentrated in the more economically developed cities in eastern China, and the less economically developed regions in western China are lagging behind in the construction and development of community media. And Huaxi Community Newspaper is the first community newspaper in western China and is sponsored by the Sichuan Daily Newspaper Group. So this study uses fieldwork, in-depth interviews, and questionnaire service methods to analyze the media integration practices of community media in Western China and the development difficulties faced by community media in the process of practice. So let's carry on. And thank you. And it's for the development status. And the birth of Western China newspapers such as Huaxi newspaper is inseparable from national policies. The development of the Western development strategy and the rapid economic development of Central and Western China, the increase of urbanization level, and the improvement and development of regional planning in the cities have given birth to a series of community newspapers that serve their own communities. And in terms of content, Huaxi community newspaper focuses on local news, focusing on urban and rural community development and governance and the other areas. And in terms of channels, the initial Huaxi community newspaper distributed the newspaper to residents and in the community for free. And with the development of social media, Huaxi community newspaper gradually expanded its metrics on the internet, forming a metric of traditional paper media and new media that work in tandem and synergy. And in terms of community events are one of the effective ways that Huaxi community newspaper has explored to enhance residents' sense of identity. So this newspaper hosts online activities such as debates and sports tournaments at the district level to shape residents' collective memory. And so, as for the community media and media convergence, and in the 1933, and Fei Xiaotong first introduced the concept of community to China, just from the Ferdinand attorneys. And according to Chinese scholar Yu Guoming, media convergence refers to the increasing convergence to the technologies on which newspapers, radio, and television, and the internet depend. Digital technologies have changed the time, space, and cost of access to three basic types of information: data, phenomena, and language. And various kinds of information are integrated on the same platform. The current transformation of Chinese media, community media, has three main directions. And the first one is changing traditional community newspapers with the help of big data. And the second one is linking community residents and enhancing the sense of responsibility for participation. And third one is enhancing collective memory and strengthening residents' sense of identity. So let's carry on the next. And it's for the development status. And there are two aspects. And the first one is in terms of media integration. The positioning of Huaxi community newspaper has shifted from its initial role as a single media to its current role as a service platform. And the second one is create a community database to provide personalized and intelligent services. Huaxi Community Newspaper has closely integrated with digital technology to create a community database. And today, data on the over 870,000 people and 310,000 pieces of housing information have been entered into the community database. So let's carry on the next slide. and for the COVID-19 response approaches and tackling fake news related to the epidemic with the help of technology and manpower. Huaxi Community Newspaper recruited reporters from community workstations to form a temporary news team to manually check and screen the large amount of information received in the editorial room of the whole media, and weed out the fake news through human resources, and relying on Sichuan Daily's smart cloud platform. The newspaper relied on big data, cloud computing, and other innovative technologies to monitor and disprove fake news on the internet promptly. And so let's begin. Yes, and as for the development dilemma, then there are three main dilemmas, and the first one is lack of professional talents and unclear positioning. Huaxi Community Newspaper lacks a professional editorial and operation team, and operation and editorial staff are mostly composed of community properties or community volunteers who have not received a professional editorial training and lack relevant experience. And second one is the rigidity of the institutional mechanism makes it difficult to achieve true integration. And the news media are under government jurisdiction in China, and their staff is within the career establishment. The career establishment rooted in mass media has a gap in media philosophy when dealing with the problems of community media. And the third one is weak ability to resist rumors in a risky society. And the verification of fake news requires a lot of labor, cost, and is difficult and time consuming. And faced with the lack of time verification of fake news, Huaxi Community Newspaper could only make concessions in news content. So Huaxi Community Newspaper at the time of epidemic outbreak focused its coverage on glorifying the deeds of epidemic prevention, avoiding hard news that might be factually biased, and the screen of news content led to the low amount of information and a single type of information in Huaxi Community Newspaper at that stage. And so let's carry on to the last slide. Yes, as for the response measures to the development dilemmas, and I think there was three measures we could do. And the first one is adopting team operations and rebuild management structures. Midwest community media should improve team management, integrate editorial leadership staff and management structures, and improve performance incentives and other mechanisms to unleash the effectiveness of community media staff. And the second one is to integrate audiences and expand profit channels. And in the context of internet development, China's e-commerce economy is developing rapidly. Community media such as Huaxi Community Newspaper can expand online profit channels by cooperating with e-commerce platforms and jointly tapping into this consumer market of residents with the community. And the third one is strengthen the talent circulation and breakthrough talent bottlenecks. Huaxi Community Newspaper and other community media in central and western China can strengthen talent circulation through talent exchange, through party newspapers, metropolitan newspapers, and other newspapers to alleviate their difficulties in attracting talent due to the geographical disadvantages. And so that's all my presentations, and thanks for listening.
Thank
Yes,
you.
that's all my presentation.
Thank you. I'm going to put now, because in the meanwhile, the Brazilian colleagues didn't get in the room. So we'll move on to the question and answers phase. I'm going to put on the screen all the presenters. And we already have some questions in the chat. We could. So the first is not really a question. It's more a comment from Adriana Gonçalves for Signe and Lenka about some similarities in. I also I ask all of you to mute your mics, please. When you came on front to speak, then you turn it on, please. I was saying I also found some similarities from your research on Estonia and Czech Republic, and it's I resume that Adriana points here. But the first question, it's also for you too. It's from Rachel. I wonder how Fowler feeds in the UK. The response to digital by newspapers was shaped by a cost-cutting strategy established in 70s. Have you noticed similar reaction? Signe and Lenka?
Yeah, thank you, Rachel, for the question. Yeah, exactly. We can see two strategies, like quite different. One is the cuts as one of the responses because they don't have money and they are not willing to like invest money into digital transition because they don't get money from it, either from audience or from advertisements. And the second response is this willingness to invest because they understand that they can't develop further without like investments and like further try to move somewhere, move forward.
Yeah.
So we could see these two ways, two responses.
And from Estonia, I was there during the summer to do the interviews, and one reaction from the management in one of the places was also that when they put the workforce effort in it, so meaning that somebody in the newsroom takes the role of being an editor for a day, online editor for a day, then they see the increase in interest, so be it by metrics or whatever it shows. And they also said that they have tried already to do some periods to see how many people would be interested in subscribing to digital outlets. And there is interest. Yet again, they are faced also with that the editor who is an online editor for a day doesn't want to do it the whole week or the whole month. So the problems that we see are so versatile and there are so many of them. I just wanted to add this comment here as well for everyone.
But I would say to the first comment and this question that we need to do comparative research on local media and digital transition, like in particular, because these assumptions that everything is the same on the national level, that every newsroom is like developing the same way. It's not true, even on the national level. So we have to dig deeper and to focus on the research on digital transition on the local level as well, because we are talking about these news deserts, but is it the same case for the online news or it isn't? So that's one of the reasons why we should like talk about it more and do more research and compare our findings, because I assume that it's kind of similar for all of us.
Yeah, and the last comment is that we probably see these patterns coming out of this research, the patterns of how one newsroom reacts, the other newsroom reacts, and probably there is a model on the way of explaining where and who is in certain phases of digital transition. But yeah, thank you for the question, and we just answered like everything.
Yeah, totally agree with you. We need comparative studies with more countries. And you talk about news deserts, as you probably know, European Commission is aware of that issue in Europe, because we have a research project for years in the United States and also in Brazil, but not in Europe. I can have that here in Portugal, we are going to publish in the next few weeks a report about news deserts in Portugal, and supposedly is, if it's not the first one of the first reports made in Europe. And as I was saying, European Commission is aware of that, and they launched recently a call that ended in September, middle September, specifically to make a mapping of in Europe, like to know in each country where we have news deserts and what kind of news deserts that we have. Because that implies in other things like disinformation, hate speech, and there are a lot of things. But in the basis, what you did, and you point one thing that we identify also in Portugal. Ricardo, it's a colleague of mine. We work in other projects, so you can have things about Portugal, and you about Czech Republic and Estonia, and Carmen also from Romania, and Xiao, something about China, the reality that she knows. That you pointed that in Estonia and Czech Republic, you identified that some resistance, there are some resistance to change, to digital transition. We also identify yet that in Portugal. And one of the things is what identified, if in some case you have an overall resistance in each newsroom, local newsrooms, we identify what I've called some key actors, some journalists that is open to change. And it's like making some, if you have a resistance from one part, you have one or two journalists trying to make the change. But that it's more like a personal perspective, knowing that it is important, rather than a company strategy. It's not all companies or owners of local media that assume digital. We saw changes. We identified changes. I don't know what you have seen with the COVID-19 pandemic. We saw some change. Those who were resisting to change with the COVID-19 pandemic have made some change. For example, we identify some cases for press and local newspapers that with COVID-19 pandemic changed to online only. But that raises the question: how are we going to pay for that? Right? The million-dollar question about the business model. But there are some changes in the local media environment. I would like to hear you all your thoughts about this. What do you identify in these local newsrooms in your countries? If there is some local journalists trying to make the change, or if you saw companies assuming the digital transition. I remember one case, and I'm going to finish, telling me in a research that the importance for me is not if people read in the paper or online. The important thing is to read in this brand, in this local news brand. But it's a rare case. It's not all companies think like this. So, who wants to be the first?
I can be the first because it resonated with me, the COVID-19 and the newspaper to digital transition. In Estonia, it was completely different because they just slowed down the cycle. So instead of the 5 times a week, they published the newspaper 3 times a week. So it brought along a series of issues with the readers getting outdated information, because during COVID, everything was changing so fast. So, and there were like 2 journalists on the island who were more, okay, let's try out this digital journalism thing that everybody's talking about. But now that we did the second wave of interviews, it turned out that it didn't stuck. He was just there because they got the national audience and this recognition on national level, so they got like inspired by it. But because there was a lack of analysis within the newsroom of, so what did we get from going digital? How can I say, like there were issues within the teamwork area as well, why people they took a step back from, you know, having even positive attitude towards digital transition. So what can I say in a nutshell is that even if there are these really positive attitudes towards digitalization, they come and go. And because the newsroom culture, it doesn't support this change yet, I would argue, leading to this enthusiasm to you know, fall quite often and quite soon. So that was the case in Estonia. Do you want to add anything? No. Okay. So anyway, everybody else can talk now.
Someone who wants to add something to this, we have another questions in the chat, but if Ricardo, Carmen, or Tiago want to add something about this, feel free. No, so we're moving to a question.
I'm sorry.
Sure, of course.
Yes, I want to be the next one and the board. We just said that about the digital transformation of the community medias, and actually in China, Chinese each medias, and for example the party medias and community medias and many newspapers, every newspaper in China just want to make this and finish this digital transformation. So, and practically, and we put some practically the editorial room just to put some news on the WeChat, and it's a kind of social media, and but it's very difficult for medias to just to finish such transformation, and it also meet many difficulties and practically. And so, and also when I do my research, I think because the government, Chinese government, just sponsored little for the medias, and so for a newspaper, it's very difficult for them to use such digital technologies, and also it's very difficult for them to have these sponsors from for example, from some companies. So it's very, so they don't have money and they don't have such technologies, and so they will meet many difficulties and in practically. So that's what I just want to share.
Thank you. I'm going to add one question for Ricardo. What's your perception regarding the motivational journalists and directors of local media in Portugal? It's the first of 2 questions. I'm going to add the second. Do you think they have an interest in using new tools or resistance to change the way they work? Ricardo.
I think Carmen want to add something before I answer. I don't know.
No, I was just saying that I think that our problems in local media are similar. Although we have different historical backgrounds, but the problems are similar: lack of journalists in local press, the accumulation of functions for the local journalists, and this surviving, that means compromising in the local press. Sorry.
Thank you. Ricardo.
As answer to Adriana, I think there are in newsrooms, we have both cases. We have some people that want to change and some people that resist to this change. But even if we have some people that want to change, that are willing to experiment, then we also have the problem of resources and the problem of money. In the local media in Portugal, as we know, we have some newsrooms with 1, 2, 3 people. So if we don't have people to do the work, they don't have time to experiment and to do other things. And also important is the relation or the collaboration with universities, with other organizations, because without this collaboration it's more complicated. And sometimes with this collaboration with universities, maybe we can have some new students or students that finish the courses and then can go to the newsrooms and try to introduce some innovation in the newsrooms. Because the problem is that we have 1, 2, 3 professionals and they have to make a newspaper, and sometimes they have also to make news for the website. So we don't have enough persons to do the job, and this is a problem. It's not when I talk about this, when I talk about this report from Reuters, the idea of the bright shiny things, it's true, because even the big newsrooms sometimes they think, okay, now we have augmented reality, virtual reality, gonna try only to show that we are in the mood of in the hype, use the latest technology, the last one. So the problem is we have to think more in some structural changes, things that we don't gonna have return as fast as we want, but is changes that gonna have some they're gonna change really the newsrooms in the time, and maybe we don't see the changes tomorrow or after tomorrow, but then we're gonna see the changes in the next year. So I think in terms of innovation, in terms of technologies, in terms of digitalization, sometimes the problem that we don't think enough time about what we are doing. We're doing something because the others also are doing this, and for me, this is the problem. I think there are a lot of people that resist, but there are also some people that want to change. But what I really think it's important to have in newsrooms is people that think about what we are doing and how this can impact the future of the newsrooms.
Thank you, Ricardo. You talk about one thing, interesting thing that connects what Signe of point in the table, put in the table about news deserts. In the United States, a few years ago, I read something that the schools of journalism in the United States were filling the gap of local journalism. Cities where you don't have a local media, radio station, a local newspaper, online only, because in that city you have a journalism school, the students were filling that gap. I think that could be a way. We're talking about the relation of local media. One of the things that I usually say when how can we go further? And one of the things that I point is related to what Ricardo has already told about the relation with universities. I think at a more local level, with universities, schools of journalism can help to improve it. And we also have some examples of innovation because we have few resources in local newsrooms, you can do it with universities like are doing research. We have here a question also from hoping to have more other questions from other people, but we have another question from Adriana, but it's for all, especially one Carmen and Signe. If you in your countries do you have examples of local media that are using artificial intelligence in news production? Carmen, do you want to be the first?
Well, yeah. Well, I don't think we are using artificial intelligence in new production. It's just we are in the beginning in the local media right now, at least in Romania. So we cannot speak about this.
Yeah, you don't at Romania. You don't have any examples yet of this use. Okay, thank you.
No,
One?
not yet. At least in local press, no.
Okay, thank you. Wang or Signe, who wants to be the first?
Well, in Estonia, the short answer is no. The AI is being used in one national outlet, and it's being used, and it's like everybody knows it, and they use it because it's business aimed daily. So they use it to explain what's going on in the stock by the help of AI. That's all. The other things that have been tried have not been successful because the Estonian language is weird language to begin with. So that's another problem.
Okay.
Well, in China, as for the mainstream medias, and they just use many new technologies for such as the artificial intelligence, and we in the mainstream medias, and we use the artificial intelligence almost in all the process of the production. For example, the interview and the writing. And I remember that in some, for example, earthquake, when an earthquake comes and we use the artificial intelligence to make the news very fast and just 1 second or several seconds, and we could know where is the earthquake. But in the local media, as I just said, the local media have less sponsored by the government and by the company, so they just don't have such access to the new technologies. For example, the artificial intelligence. They don't have such access to the new technology. Although they just want to try to use the artificial intelligence, but it's not doing well not doing well practically. And that's the situation of China.
Thank you. I don't know. Yeah, I was asking if any participant of this session wants to add some question to other colleagues.
Yes, I want to make
we
a
have
question.
a few minutes until more 20 minutes, more or less.
To Signe and Lenka, when you identified the gap between reporters and editors, you have some data about the background? Because sometimes, or between the reporters, the editors, and the managers, sometimes we have different backgrounds. So some manager that don't come from journalism, they don't understand the importance of something. So do we identify this difference in terms of background?
Thank you, Ricardo. Yeah, yes, we do. And we look at the backgrounds of the reporters and editors as well. The other thing is, I looked into it a couple of years ago, is the changing name of the positions. So it used to be reporters, right? So this is like, we all understand kind of what it means. Then it moved on to being editors. And it's also connected to the age of the reporters, because when they get older, then being called reporter is not considered that cool anymore. So they are more editors. So that's why we have reporters and editors. And we looked also into the backgrounds of them. So most of them are university educated. Now the question was, what kind of education do they have? Because in Estonia, you can become a journalist just when you decide to become a journalist, then you apply for the job. So there is no test or license or exam that you have to take. So that's something to take into account. And the managers, the ones that were in our sample this time have grown from being reporters and editors. So this is like exceptional sample, but in more other grounds, we have, of course, managers who are brought in as business executives, trying to make the local journalism be more business savvy, and maybe we'll see their more strict, the transition to digital. Maybe because, as we know, there are so many emotions everywhere when we talk about journalism, including the loyalty towards the profession itself. So yes, we looked into it. It's very important to look into it, because that, I presume, will start playing a role in how the innovation is directed in the newsroom. Thank you. I hope I answered.
Thank you. Any question from other presenters? If not, we still have more minutes. We don't need to use all of them, but of course, if you want to add some questions, feel free. I have a difficult one. It's related with something that already someone have noticed. It's important to do comparative studies. We are talking about different countries, different realities, different development, historical development. But we are in a pre-conference called the State of Local Media, and then probably I was thinking about this for a long time. That when I talk about local media from Portugal, probably it's different to talk local media from Slovenia, Estonia, Czech Republic, Romania, China, United States. And the difficult question is, not a difficult question, but in your perspective, how do you define local media from the place where you are, what you study? Because I give an example. Even in Portugal, it is a small country comparative to others that are larger. We found some lack of stability of a concept. I remember in my PhD watching what is written law, what is published in academic research, and you don't. It's quite confusing, because you use a lot translating as well as we talk about regional press, imprensa regional in Portuguese, and in regional press you have all. Usually, researchers include local radios, but you don't have a kind of stability. When I'm writing, when I'm speaking in English and publishing and talking with colleagues from other countries, I usually talking in local media and local journalism, because it's a more. I remember I did a research on Google Scholar for different sentences, and local media is more stable in studies. But I would like to hear you from your point of view. How do you understand local media? Because even in Portugal, I'm going to finish with this. You understand it as a local newsroom, a local media. Probably the newsroom with more journalists here in Portugal have, I don't know, 15, from 10 to 15, no more than that. Some years ago, you could go to 20, but no more than that. Who wants to be the first?
Well, local media is about, it has in the center the proximity of your readers. For instance, media is just readers from your community. So what is this? This is what I understand from the media. So the readers from your town, for your region, that means the local media from your from the west side, for instance, from Romania. It's Timișoara, it's the west side of my country. That's the local media from the west side. Then we have the south, the east, the center of the country, and a lot of news TV stations that are in Romania. So it has something to do about the proximity of what you are writing about.
Thank you, Carmen.
Yeah, I can go on. So we were just discussing before with Lenka, before she went to the lecture, the typology of local journalism as well, right? So we talk about metropolitan, regional. So there are these many other types of how to do it, because I was at ECREA and I was also talking about journalism, local journalism, and then there was a next presentation talking about local journalism in London. So it's basically the size of Estonian national journalism. So, I completely understand your point here. So, and I understand the question of this local media becoming more blurred out, because when we talk about digital transition, we are not producing information or forwarding information to the local audience anymore, because via this digital transition, the information gets out there for whoever wants to read this, because that was something that came out of our COVID-19 research, that newspaper is for the local and everything that went online was for everybody. So that's another shift that is about to become reality, and that will mess up the typology and the concept, I think, even more. But from our perspective, it's local journalism is in Estonia is quite easy. You have municipalities, and every municipality has a newsroom that covers what happens in that municipality. And like, this is very concrete. This is how we approach it, because otherwise, if we go to typologies, because Tartu and Tallinn, two bigger cities in Estonia, are different from rest of the Estonia. That's the reality here. But good question. I have to think about it some more.
It's also interesting, this question about the different typology, the local, regional, because it's true that we have some people talking about local journalism in London, also in Lisbon. But this is also important, because normally the newsrooms, the big newsrooms that are in Lisbon, London, Porto, don't cover Lisbon, Porto, so they cover other things. So it's also interesting to discuss this local journalism in the big cities that cover some issues that normally the other newspapers, the other media don't do. So it's very, very, very interesting, this discussion about local, regional, and other types of media.
Thank you. I'm going to bring onto the table a question from Luisa that it is directed to Carmen, but I'm going to put them first, of course, to Carmen, but to put them to the other presenters, because I think it's important to have your own perspectives also from your countries. When you talk about Control-C, Control-V, copy-paste journalism, we see this in many realities, not only in Europe. Luisa is a Brazilian student from our university and is working on our project. Question for all: how to make quality local journalism in a reality of lack of financing? Carmen, you can be the first, and then the colleagues.
The question, I think it's a difficult one because it's all about it's coming from one person to another. If you want to make a quality newspaper, you have to apply the rules and the regulations that you've learned during the university. That is, if you are, for instance, a professional in this job. So it's all about integrity and professionalism. Coming from one person to another is not.
Thank you. Next. Signe, you want to follow?
Yeah, sure. We also face this phenomena of, I don't know, the copy-paste journalism, but the new shift within like the last 5 years is that it's forbidden in the newsrooms, and it's considered to be very unprofessional if you do it. And like the professional community, I think is, again, Estonia is small, and the professional community, everybody knows everybody. So you feel the pressure from the professional community plus the management, because what happened was that if you get to the news feed so easily, why buy advertisements? And that started to play a big role. Plus, to publish something without asking critical questions, the spinning, it became so massive that now it's no. You can't put anything else up unless you ask you to take additional source or two. So that's a shift that has been happening. The copy pasting probably still happens. I can't say that it doesn't, but it's becoming like, yeah, it's not a good strategy anymore because everybody can see.
Thank you. I don't know, Ricardo or
Yes,
Juan?
it's interesting, this question about spinning, because we need to add also Carmen talk about that. We need to add to this discussion the PR professionals, the public relations, the power they have, how they do the things, how they move from journalism to public relations to profit from these connections they have, this knowledge they have. So it's interesting. But to respond to Luisa, how to make quality journalism, Signe tell about what they do during the pandemic. So they have 5 days, now they passed for 3 days, to three editions. So sometimes doing less is better, or can be better, if we think in slow journalism, if we think in investigative journalism, if we bet on evergreen contents that they are interesting today, tomorrow, after tomorrow, next week, because they are really big questions. So maybe to make quality journalism means to rethink about the type of the journalism we are doing. And if we bet more in investigative journalism, in evergreen, the term is very good. They maintain the interest. So maybe it's the solution to have more quality journalism. I don't know.
Thank you, Ricardo. Juan, I don't know if you want to add something about this question. How to do better local journalism with a lack of financing?
Yes, I think this question is too difficult because when I do my research, and I found that money is the most problem, and for especially for the local media, because media, mainstream media in China, they don't have this sponsored by the government, especially the local media. They don't have any sponsored. So it's, and also because they don't have the sponsor, and so they cannot have the talent, even they don't have the professor, reporters, and the editors. So it's very difficult for them to do some quality news. And but when I do my research, and I interviewed some with some with some people, with some workers in the community media, and they said that they have the way to, because for the community media, they're the citizens and the people in the community is their readers, and so they just use the readers. They let the readers to do their own news. They just write their own news, and they put the photos on the community newspaper. And this is not the controversy and controversy news, but but actually I don't think is a kind of quality quality news. And I still thinking about this question, and I think it's very difficult. Of course, many Chinese scholars also want to put some just response measures to facing this dilemma, just without the finance, but it's not work still now. And I really want to know how to do this.
I think everyone wants to know. It's a $1 million question. How to do good journalism and profitable. I don't know if yes, Carmen, have one question or comment.
I just want to add that you have a name. And you must your standards up. So you have to keep reading and transmitting to others as much as possible. I think so.
Okay, if you have a last question, I'm going to bring them on the table. If not, thanks once again for your presentations, and to keep straight in the 12 minutes. But that was good because we have a lot of time to debate, and that was the best part. So once again, thank you, and thank you also for the people that put some questions on the chat. We're going to do a break for lunch, in our case in Portugal, in others. We return at 1:30 p.m. And I think this is probably going to be the starting point of some international collaboration with the colleagues that present here, because I think that is the best part. This is not a post-conference, presential post-conference, it's online, but I think it's a good way to start to reinforce our networks with other scholars from other countries. So that's one of the best parts of this moment. So once again, thank you all, and see you soon. See you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, welcome back to our ECREA 2022 post-conference, the state of local media. We are here to second session of communication with presenting of some research studies from colleagues, especially from China and Portugal. And we are going to start with Shuming Yang. Welcome.
Hi, could you can hear me?
Yes, perfectly. I'm going to share your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
This. When you want, you can start.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm Shuming from Wuhan University. I'm honored to be able to participate in this conference here today and discuss the state of the local media. My topic of discussion is how to treat uncertain information sources, understanding uncertainty management in local media, interaction with the public. Okay, please next the PowerPoint. Okay, yes. We all know that the members of the public often provide news clues to the media, and those members of the public are therefore called information sources. However, it is inevitable that some of the information they provide is false and difficult to distinguish, especially during the coronavirus pandemic. The media are cautious about reporting health related news, especially when the media staffs are confronted with the uncertainty of health information provided by the public sources. So how does the local media deal with uncertain health information provided by the public in this communication environment? Let's say the next PowerPoint. Yeah. Okay. With this question in mind, I undertook an internship with a local media outlet. During this internship, I used in some research and conduct observations and interviews in the media outlet and carried field work for several months. And soon I discussed this funding within the framework of the theory of motivated information management as a way of understanding the management of the uncertainty management in the media and public interaction. Okay, that's the point. Yeah. Okay. First, I begin with a brief introduction to this theory. The theory of motivated information management was first developed by the scholar named Feifei and Wiener, who argued that the process of the information management is divided into 3 stages, which includes interpretation, evaluation, and decision. This flowchart is a simple addition. The real figure is more complex than this. Yeah. In the interpretation stage, important issue or major decisions give rise to uncertainty, and uncertainty discrepancies and anxiety arise when the individual's perceived uncertainty is inconsistent with their expectations. This uncertainty and anxiety can lead individuals to exercise outcome expectations and efficacy expectations for this issue. The reappraisement influence. The assessment influence the individual's information management decisions, which include thinking relevant information, avoiding relevant information, and cognitively reappraising the situation. Okay, please help me switch the PowerPoint. Yeah. Okay, so by embedding this theory into my research and look at the local media's information management decisions when dealing with the sources of uncertainty through the theory of information management, this study found that local media tend to adopt more information avoidance strategies than information thinking or reappraisement strategies when facing with with information from the public about the outbreak. Most of the local media adapt, replacing uncertain health information with other types of information, such as entertainment and advertisements. Yeah, and they prefer to replacing uncertain information from the public information sources with confirmed official information. So in response to this phenomenon, I argued that there are three main reasons for this uncertain information management decisions. Let's see the next slide. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. First, reducing the cost of screening health-sensitive information by higher authorities. In the current environment of the coronavirus 19 pandemic, the media are particularly cautious about health information.
Sorry, I was saying that Shuming was having some problems with his connection. We hope to get him back in the next phase, especially in discussion. We're going to move forward with the presentation of Giovanni.
Oi,
Welcome,
hello.
Giovanni.
It's okay.
I'm going to share your presentation. Giovanni.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Giovanni Ramos. I'm a PhD student in the University of Belém Interior, Portugal. I'm Brazilian, and I have been studying local journalism science 2016 when I started my master's degree. And this paper aims to discuss how to use the concept of networks as an alternative business models to local journalism. Next slide. Why we need alternative business models to local media? Because the journalism crisis is worse in local outlets, especially in small towns. Traditional business models can be unsustainable in small towns. Why? Because the exit of advertisers, lack of audience, and lack of interest interested in print newspapers. The transition to digital is more complicated in media of small cities. Why? There's no scale to monetize on the internet. To monetize on the internet, you need a big scale, big numbers of audience. This is very complicated in small cities with low population. Without readers in print versions, without small advertisers affected by economic crisis and globalization, I ask, how can a newspaper survive in some small cities? Next. I want to study. I want to study network as like a alternative business models, because what the local media local media need to publish more and better content without big teams, because these outlets are small. Local media needs to invest, modernize, make the transition to digital. without spending a lot of money because they don't have it. Then local media local media need to be founded by a local community, not dependent on the governments. This is very common in too much local media, mediums in the world. Next. So this is my question. Can network journalism be a solution? What I wanna say when I say local network journalism. Next slide. Let me see here. Just a moment. Network journalism concept. Network journalism is the entire journalistic practice that occurs in the decentralized, non-linear way, with elements converging each other in the communication system. These elements are interconnected through ICTs, interactions in cooperation, collaboration, and media convergence among the participants. These networks promote a collaborative journalism with cooperation actions between media and the co-creation of new journalism products and practice. Okay, this is a concept of network journalism by many authors in the world. But I want to know how can. Oh, oh, I'm sorry. A problem with my cell phone. Um, and I want to know how can we use the concepts of network journalism in like a business models for local media. Next, studying the topic. First, it's important to say we have two possibilities of networks. And I understand this internal and external. Internal is network between journalistic outlets, newspapers, radios, TVs, digital natives, and other situation is a external network when the network is between the journalistic outlets and the communities, NGOs, governments, associations, and other actors in the society. Next. So internal and external, I studied and I decided to explain the network of local media in three vectors: cooperation, collaboration, and media converse. What is cooperation? Cooperation, operation united, coexist. And we have two situations, internal and external, to cooperation in media. When I talk about cooperation external, I talk about cooperativism of the solidarity economic, non-profit journalism, and in some situations, a dialogic journalism too, when the society supports create a network with the media to support the newspaper, support the radio. And we have a cooperation internal, and I talk about competition, cooperativism plus competition, and for example, the Independent Community News Network in England. This is some example of cooperation internal. Next. Well, collaboration, co-elaboration, co-creation, co-production. We have two situations, again, external and internal. Collaboration with the society. We have situations, classic schools of journalism like public journalism, participative journalism, and dialogic journalism again. And with the collaboration is internal. I talk about co-creating reports, co-creating coverage, special issues, and I use the classification of Center for Cooperative Media by Montclair State University. Separate, co-creating, and integrated. The Heiken Carianis, according to Heiken Carianis, we have three classifications: co-initiating, co-sensing, and co-creating. And our directors talks about the sectors of the newspapers when we can create a collaboration: administrative, editorial, circulation, and sales and marketing. Separate, co-create, and integrated. The classification by Center for Cooperative Media is the concept for cooperativism. The first situation, we have two elements working separate and they sharing the documents, the production. Co-creating, when the elements co-create a report, a coverage together. And the third situation, when they is integrated, when the newsrooms of newspapers works together all the time. Next. And the convergence is only internal when I talk about multimedia, about cross-media, and about transmedia in radios, prints, newspapers, digital newspapers, TVs, or when you converge the formats of media. Next. So after three vectors and the two situations, internal and external, I create this image that explain it's not a canvas, but this is what, how can I'm working in this thesis: cooperation, collaboration, convergence, internal and external. After that, I started to create a canvas to create alternative business models to local media. With collaboration, convergence, and cooperation, I arrived in a situation with a canvas with 6 elements. I understand we have 6 elements to create a network from local media. First, the participating media, who is the newspapers, radios, TVs that will participate in this project. Number 2, external participants, business association, residents association, church community. 3, what is the media sectors are involved in this project: newsroom, administrative, sales, marketing, circulation, broadcasting. Number 4, the level of integration. Okay, we have a newspaper 1, we have a radio 2, we have a business association that will support this project. They will work together in the newsroom, but what's the level of integration? Separate, co-creating, and integrated. 5, converging media, multimedia, cross-media, transmedia in the projects of integration of level of integration. And if you will converge audio, video, images, only text. And the 6th element is the activity duration, because in very many projects, we can create a project temporary or permanent. So we have 6 elements to create a local network, local media. You can use these 6 elements to create many networks in different situations. That's a work in progress from my thesis, and this is the canvas. This presentation is available in this website, and I will send on the chat if the host can't, and contact me by email, social media, and my website. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni, for your presentation and for being in time. We're moving on to Adriana. Hi, Adriana.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
It's okay. I'm going to share your presentation. That it is this one.
Okay.
When you want to start, please feel free.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Adriana, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Beira Interior in Portugal. My research is about automated production in Portuguese newspapers, and today I will present a theoretical reflection about the opportunities that automated journalism can bring to the Portuguese context and local media. So, how can automated news help local journalism? Next. Okay. In recent years, automated news has gradually become part of newsmaking ecosystem, blurring the boundaries between journalism, computer science, and statistics. Several terms have been popularized for describe using of software and algorithms in journalism, such as computational journalism, machine-written news, algorithmic journalism, automated journalism, robot journalism, or semi-automated journalism. Today, I will talk you about automated journalism uses software to produce news without human intervention. Humans only participate in the programming phase. Next. Okay. So, what are my questions? The first, how do local newspapers in the Nordic region make use of automation technologies? And second, how can automated news help Portuguese local journalism? And this work is a theoretical reflection about two cases of automated journalism and how these examples could be replicated in Portuguese local newspapers. Next. Okay. What can automated journalism really do? In the Nordic region, several media companies are using automated news in football matches and other subjects, mostly created by the service provider United Robots. United Robots created the first software in 2015 when the local media group named Meet Media saw the opportunity to cover sports match. Today, United Robots creates technology solutions for more than 150 news sites in several languages like English, Swedish, German, Dutch, and Spanish. The news that is generated by the software has a reduced level of depth and answering the basic questions of a lead, like what, when, who, and where. Automatic news is usually between 3 to 5 paragraphs and is used for topics with data such sports, traffic, real estate, finance, or weather. Next. The first example is Bonnier Local News, is a local newspaper in Sweden with a staff of 6 journalists. This newspaper uses automated news for sports and real estate market. As a result, reporters' time has been freed up to produce more engagement journalism. And this is a quote from Helena Tell, the editor-chief of Bonnier. And she say, for a small newsroom, automation is necessary. We are forever prioritizing, and sometimes I feel all we ever do is choose not to cover things. We know where to deploy our research in order to make our readers happy. And if we can use technology and automation to perform tasks as well as reporters do, there's no doubt that is what we should do. And the second example, Bergenstiden in Norway. Next slide, please. This newspaper uses automation for the real estate market since 2019 and 19, yes. The bot or the software choosing the approach that is going to adopt for each text, evaluation the data of the real estate property. And the bot applies an algorithm in collaboration with Google Street View and selects the most appropriate image to illustrate the story. Home sales section represents 5% of article conversions on the site, and in a year, 12,000 automated news articles were published. I bring some data about local journalism in Sweden and in Portugal. Next is it? This data is the last digital news report. Both countries, Sweden and Portugal, have a strong connection with local journalism. In Portugal, traditional newspapers are still very popular. However, news consumption by younger audience is mainly online. A problem is that only 12% of Portuguese readers pay for news online, compared to Sweden with 33%. Local newspapers in Sweden are the fourth most visited media in weekly reach online. In Portugal, local news outlets depends mostly on the traditional formats like TV, radio, and press. For discussion, I want to point out the recognized advantage by the directors of these Nordic media outlets. Next slide. Okay. And first, more published news stories. Second, coverage of certain regions and subjects that were not reported before. And third, more subscriptions and audience engagement. Automated journalism can offer fast production of a greater number of news and satisfy the need of many users to receive breaking news on all types of devices, like smartphone. The biggest challenge is the financial investment to create this kind of software. However, in the long term, perhaps this investment can be recovered by increasing subscription on the website. Automated journalism becomes particularly important when we look at the increasing consumption of news online. Local media in Portugal are going through a crisis as they see newspaper sales drop day by day. Given that online audiences are increasing, a strong digital strategy is needed to sustain local journalism. And I think using this technology can be a relevant solution for covering subjects like football games, like the examples I bring to you. And I'm finished. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adriana, for being on time. That's great when the participants can stay on time, or even give us some extra minutes to discussion. That is also good. So we're moving forward to one more presentation. Rajuan Hua, that I think is in the room. Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes. I'm going to share your presentation.
Yeah, okay.
I think is this one, correct?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. When you want, you can start. You can,
sorry.
You can start, then I move the slides. When you want, give me the signal and I'll move the slides on. Okay?
Okay. Greetings, distinguished experts and scholars. This is Ranjun Hua, It is really my honor to be the representative of Northeast Normal University and the Chinese University of Hong Kong and Macau University of Science and Technology. I would like to present my article from Facts to Experience, the knowledge production tour in platform media short-form journalism, which I co-authored with Tieyu Zhou. Next, please. I will talk about it in the following 5 sections, namely after background, methodology, results, discussion, and reflections. Next, please. In recent years, the rise of platform journalism has posed a great challenge to traditional local journalism, and the struggle between traditional media and platforms over boundaries has become a major struggle in news production. As users' reliance on short-form video products depends, traditional news organizations have begun to focus on short-form journalism in their integration with platforms, which has become an important sign of their institutional transformation. As a unique form of journalism, short-form video journalism is undoubtedly reshaping journalism. Journalism as a form of knowledge production becomes an important context for this paper. Next, please. In the literature review section, we first retrace the academic debate on the boundaries of short-form video journalism with regard to short-form journalism due to their visual presentation format. Video journalism, some scholars say that short-form video journalism is supported by professional media professionals, which has the basic elements of journalism and is still news at its core, only more open than traditional journalism. Other scholars observe that the mobile short-form video products lack the complete description of news elements of traditional journalism due to their visual presentation format and are also not broadcast in formal institutions, arguing that they have subverted the previous news production. It is not news in the strict sense of the word, as it embodies a new concept of information production in which traffic is paramount and the user is supreme, with elements such as a sense of presence. The sum of news constitutes knowledge, whether we use fragmentation to describe the dissemination of short-form news or focus on the platform media to which short-form news belongs. It reflects the construction and the deconstruction of traditional news reporting by short-form news. Some of these scholars have also focused on the emotional element in news production, and we still need to discuss further whether the inclusion of emotional experiences in short-form video news is truly conducive to knowledge production and dissemination. Next, please. During this study, we took CCTV, the authoritative domestic media, as the target and compared the traditional CCTV news content with its short-form video works to analyze the definition of the boundaries of news knowledge production. Next, please. In the main part of the study, we used Python to capture nearly 200 of those popular short videos on the local platform, and then used quantitative research methods to analyze the content of nearly 200 short videos on the theme of the COVID-19 epidemic, taking local media in Jilin province, China, as an example. Next, please. Based on this, we figured out the rise of short-form video news in local media. Compared with central media such as CCTV news, local media have more local characteristics in the production of short video news, with characters set to highlight local customs and culture, and more localized discourse features, especially in the 3 northeastern provinces, including Jilin province, focusing on local jargon. In the 3 northeastern provinces, including Jilin, the focus is on the local dialect and the northeastern flavors to create a people-friendly line. Next, please. After a quantitative analysis of the highly popular videos of the COVID-19 epidemic case in Jilin province, we summarize the characteristics of local media short video news production. Firstly, the videos show a user-oriented flip narrative character with various types of non-mainstream media breaking the control of traditional news media organizations with a unique citizen perspective. At the same time, the material for short video news can even come directly from video footage shot and uploaded by the public, such as bystanders or people involved in the news scene. The platform media has shaped from a one-way relationship of produce, distribute, receive to a more interactive relationship of retrieve, command, and like code. Each short video news item essentially creates a large platform for all users to communicate and interact with each other. With the space to express and discuss, users will be more willing to follow or subscribe to these platforms, participate in news events through interaction, and produce richer knowledge content. This is also a manifestation of the convergence culture advocated by Henry Jenkins and so forth, the collaborative production of meaning and knowledge and the sharing of problem solving. In addition, the most prominent point is the emotion-driven production of content. The video mobilized the audience's emotion experience from various angles, such as background music and close-ups of people, and achieves efficient knowledge transfer through emotional resonance, showing an overall shift from fact to experience. The emotional experience of short video news is reflected in three aspects: news sources, narrative strategies, and sharing mechanisms. Next, please. In short, the emotional and interactive experience gives short video news a fresh vitality. The flipped narrative of originally people who were originally the news objects takes on a personalized tinge, emphasizing that human emotions are conducive to interactive narrative strategies. By engaging users in a scenario-based news experience, platform media short form video news provokes an emotional response from them, which in turn leads to a deeper understanding of the knowledge information. Like structure that flows from the hierarchical
Ranjuan, probably you are with some problem with your connection. We are not listening you very well. So I'll take you. I'll leave you for at the end to finish your presentation, because
it's all user production
are
in
you
the
back?
creation of short video news, focusing on the generation of knowledge.
I think it's better moving forward. We'll go to the final presentation from Walter, and then when we go into the discussion of, especially for Ranjuan and Shuming that have some connection problems, then you can finish your thoughts. It's better. Sorry, I'm going to take you. Walter, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me, Pedro?
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh,
From
thank
here,
you.
your
Thank you.
presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Walter Lima. I am a professor at the Federal University of São Paulo, and I'm going to present our project, experimental project, named Projeto Lupa NH. The paper named experimental strategy to combat the scarcity of local cover in the Novo Horizonte neighborhood, Macapá city in Brazil. And Macapá stay in the extreme north of Brazil in Amazon rainforest, okay? State Amapá state. Next, okay, and our project has two main concepts, okay? Two main concepts, experimental project. News deserts e hyperlocal communication, okay? And the news desert, according to Atlas da Notícia, Brazilian project, news desert concept means that the determined geographic region does not have journalistic traditional media. Media that only republish journalist content from another media and or news agencies. Only communication channel belonging to institutions as syndicates, church, and city hall. Another concept, hyperlocal communication, supported by the potential and the scope of connected digital networks, and the latency of local information, and in the decline of traditional journalism. Hyperlocal communication has been gaining strength among local communities. Thus, hyperlocal describes original news reporting organization oriented to geographically native web communities and designing to fill perceived gaps in coverage of an issue or region and promote civic engagement. Pedro, next, please. And Lupa NH, the goal of the project is to integrate results from development and using of smartphones with an interdisciplinary theoretical framework in the field of hyperlocal communication. This social technology has the potential to set up a discussion and deliberation environment, bringing attention to the significant lack of infrastructure that the Novo Horizonte neighborhood in Macapá. The objective is to show that through geolocalization and using the precepts of the citizen journalism, it's possible to make students, in our case, the public school named Raimunda dos Santos Passos, into producers of informative content of social relevance in the citizen way and using connected digital technological tools, acquiring autonomy and authority to tell their own stories, sometimes ignored by traditional media. Next, please, Pedro. And geographic localization and square, red square, stay and Novo Horizonte, okay, estimate the 60,000 inhabitants and extensive blocks, okay. In this local failure of public power, the needs of the area are not documented by City Hall. Without data, effective public policy can be made. It's impossible to establish priorities because you are unsure of where to begin. Council members and the deputies act as spokespersons and bargain for reforms in our behalf. Next, please. In this project, we made did many meetings with the students and teachers in the school. Next, please. We also organized and workshops at Federal University of Amapá and with the students of journalism in the 7 areas: journalistic writing, communication ethics, photographic, radio journalism, television journalism, web journalism, and human rights. Next, please, Pedro. This workshop in the public school, in these pictures, we have 2 students from Federal University Amapá, journalism students, and the students of Raimunda. Next, please. But in this process happened the pandemic. Unfortunately, we had to stop the project in the school. But meanwhile, we did another actions. Next, please. Okay. But don't we stop. We developed new app. Okay, and the new app has this following areas. These areas which the students of Raimunda will insert data in the systems, okay, about areas as drinking water, sewage collection and the treatment, street lighting, sidewalks, asphalt, urban cleaning. Next, please. We also wrote many papers about the project and in the journals, important journals in Brazil. Okay, next. In 2021, we submitted a project for funding. We won in CNPq, governmental agency in Brazil, and this, we are very happy for that opportunity. And next, please. Okay. Funding CNPq, but we have a partnership, Unifesp, Federal University of São Paulo, Federal University of Pará, Federal University of Amapá, and the Latin American Women's Rights Service. Okay, and thank you very much for your time. We hope news collaboration in this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Walter. I'm going to leave you on screen because now we're going to move to a question and answers moment. I'm going to put the other participations on the screen, but after we join the answering question, I'm giving the word to Shuming and Ranjuan because they had some connection problems. So I'm going to give them 1-2 minutes to end their ideas that they were sharing with us, and then we're going to start the answering question section. We already have some questions on the chat, but please, I'm going to start by Shuming. Young, I don't know if you have some. We saw that you were ending your presentation, but we didn't listen to until the end. If you want to add something, please.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption. Now I continue the repetition. Okay. As for the strategies that the local media selected, I argued that there are 3 reasons for the uncertain information management decisions. First, reducing the cost of screening health sensitive information by higher authorities. In the current environment of coronavirus pandemic, the media are particularly cautious about the health information, and stories about the health information are often weighted by higher authorities from the time they are selected, interviewed, and disseminated. So in order to reduce the cost of the weighting by the leaders and to avoid false reports caused by trusting uncertain sources, they tend to avoid these public sources and instead choose to official health information. After all, that has a higher degree of the credibility. Yeah. And the second reason is that the platforms are too strict in considering pandemic-sensitive information. The platforms have strengthened the gauging of health information, and many health information, such as the coronavirus pandemic, has to be entered into the platform over and over again until it is approved. And many journalists often choose to avoid facing uncertain health information in order to reduce such hassles and thus improve their efficiency. Okay, the third reason is that uncertain health information can easily lead to mass incidents, and such a responsibility often beyond the reach of a single media outlet. So in order to ensure their media reputation, they conservatively choose to avoid uncertain health information provided by the public. Indeed, such information management decisions by local media outlets will, on the one hand, influence the public's judgment and attitude toward uncertain health information for a short period of the time until the official authorities confirm the authenticity of the information. But on the other hand, once the public information sources are confirmed to be true, and the local media often suffer from the media credibility due to delayed reporting or avoidance of the reporting at that time. So the interaction between local media and the public will be in an awkward situation. That's all my presentation. Thank you for listening. Yeah.
Thank you. Ranjun, if you want to finish your thoughts, please. Ranjunwa?
Hi.
Yeah, you can finish.
I will start with part 4, discussion. In short, the emotional and interactive experience gives short video news a fresh vitality. The flame narrative of ordinary people who were originally the news objects takes on a personalized tinge, emphasizing that human emotions are conducive to interactive narrative strategies. By engaging users in a scenario-based news experience, platform media short-form video news provokes an emotional response from them, which in turn leads to a deeper understanding of the knowledge information produced by the news, amplifying the usefulness of short-form video news as knowledge production with an experiential orientation. Defining short-form video journalism from an epistemological perspective provides useful insights into the direction of journalism. Nowadays, the structure of knowledge is no longer a tree-like structure that flows from the known to the unknown with an orderly hierarchical transmission of a standardized narrative, but more closely resemble the tuber structure described by Dallards and Guattari. The production of knowledge no longer has a clearly identifiable center, and there are no longer natural property constraints on the connections between the nodes of the knowledge network. On this basis, we can generate that the local media has become a richer and more diversified form of news production than ever before. It is no longer cautious about its boundaries. Recall my boundaries, it has begun to engage in a more active dialogue with its audience, uniting traditional media participation and user production in the creation of short video news, focusing on the generation of knowledge through emotional experience and interaction with some success. A shift in the conception of knowledge production in journalism is taking place. So these are the full contents of the group's report, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ranjua. So now we're going to have like 30 minutes and some extra ones. We have already some questions on the chat. I'm going to start by putting a question to Giovanni, that is from Rachel Matthews. Do you see groups of newspapers as owned by large companies, which dominates UK, as being networked? Giovanni. But please turn on your mic, please.
Thank you for a question. My thesis, my aim is not about the big companies with many newspapers, a group of newspapers, but some groups of newspapers has activities, practice interesting for my thesis. Yeah, actions, practice, if about co-creation, sharing news can be very interesting. But my aim is not about a big company. It's about that work with small outlets with small owners. But I think it's networked too. It can be many practice.
Okay, thank you, Giovanni. Then we have a question for Adriana from Luisa. You said automation may improve audience engagement and subscriptions, but how can this happen?
So I think automation is especially useful for performing routine tasks like football scores. And the biggest advantage for this technology is to free up time for journalists to be able to develop stories with greater journalistic value. And I think automated news can be very useful for that issues like football scores.
Thank you, Adriana. We have also a question to to Walter, but as he must leave for a few minutes, we're going to leave it to the end, and I'm going to kind of put a question for all, and there's quite of a mixing some thoughts that we heard in the first session, and also here in the second one, related to, in one part, the local media, as we saw in the previous section. It's when we're talking about digital transition, adapting to new realities, as we saw here also about artificial intelligence and another kind of developments. There are in local newsrooms mainly some resistance from more from the owners and the boards rather than the newsrooms, where of course you have resistance, but there are also some journalists that are trying to make it through and trying to adapt. In another way, we also listen in this session about local journalism, kind of emotion. Also, emotion is very related to another topic that is not so well researched on this field, that is local disinformation. And we heard also, although Giovanni is more focused on networking, more in a perspective of not ownership, but collaboration. But you mentioned co-creation and other things like that. What I would like to listen from you is from your perspective, and thinking the lack of resources that mainly these local newsrooms have. How do you see the possibility of audiences, the public, get into the process, especially in a process that is, I'm talking about the fact checking. For example, we saw the growth of some fact checking projects around the world, and because something is missing on the journalistic process. And one of the possibilities is, I read recently in a paper, a study that used professional fact checkers and people, known journalists, doing that process. And the findings were very curious because they found a high rate of known journalists doing a very a good fact checking, not a deep one, but in a very small checking. How do you see that possibility? How can we help the local newsrooms with, I think, technology, with people, journalists, and probably audience? How do you see that possibility? My main curiosity is related to this. How do you see this possibility? Turn on the mic, Giovanni.
Thanks, Pedro, for question. I think the audience is more interested in participate of process of the journalists, that journalists have this interest. The journalists don't have this interest in for audience participate. It's more the audience. I think it's possible because we in Brazil, not in Portugal, I don't see in Portugal, but in Brazil, I saw population audience making a fact checking for news and other situations, participating with social media, and we have some interested participations. For isn't I don't agree with only audience making fact checking, but journalism can organize the system. I think it's interesting. For example, in Brazil was on is on election now next Sunday, and the fake news the disinformation is a big industry. It's not a simple fact, and the journalism needs more people to help to support this project. I think this is important, and the audience wants to participate more than journalists.
Yeah, also there you have a resistance from journalists to incorporate the audience. Just to point, after giving the word to other colleagues, you mentioned, probably you are thinking in the same example. You have a few in Brazil, but I was thinking it's a very interesting case to be studied, and it's being studied at the moment here in University of Benitior by another PhD student, a journalist woman from TV that is doing research about a mobile app used to give information related to crime, and it's about 5 million users that are using this application, and non-journalists. It's very curious the trust they put in each other, like Giovanni was saying. It's an interesting case to be studied about this the way the audience, the non-journalistic people can help in the process without, in this case, without any presence of journalists, but is an interesting case.
Pedro, I was visiting newspapers for my thesis. Do you know? You know this? And I talking with journalists and audience readers from newspapers, and the audience, especially in small cities, they think they are the owners of the newspaper. They like to feel the newspapers, the newspapers from the community. They like this. I think in small cities, in local media, it's more easy. It's easier to create a process to fact checkers with the population.
Okay. I don't know. I'm watching Adriana and Shumingyan. I don't know if the other colleagues want to add something, but please feel free, Adriana or Shumingyan, if you want. Also, invite the participants of this, not only the ones that are watching us on streaming and putting some questions that we are pleased to have them. But if the participants of this session wants to make questions to others, please also feel free. I don't know if Walter is already in the room because I saw that he already answered to a question that Adriana put to them. Adriana, no, sorry, Luisa. Would like to put them here. Yes, this question that Luisa made to Walter, he already answered on the chat about this question. He answered the truth of the information is extracted from the data entered about the infrastructure of the neighborhood by the students via the application. They go to field the research to survey. This is the answer of Walter. I don't know if anyone has any question more. Please feel free. We still have some minutes until 3 o'clock. We're going to make a break after the conference of Joy Jenkins. I know that you are all expecting their intervention. Okay, no more questions. If not, we can end this session a little more earlier and have a bigger break. So once again, I thank you very much for all the presentations. Walter, Giovanni, Rem, Juan, Adriana, and Shuming Yang. And please stay tuned. I only please for those ask for those who are the presenters in this section that can follow us on the streaming. So for all, see you in some minutes and have a nice break. See you soon. Hi everyone, welcome back to our ECREA 2022 post-conference, the state of the local media. We are here for, after 2 sessions of studies and talks around this issue, we are pleased to welcome Joy Jenkins. Hi Joy. How
Hi,
are
good
you?
afternoon, everyone. I'm doing well.
Yeah. First, it's a pleasure to have you here with us and to have for you to find a space in your schedule, tight schedule, to talk about us, to talk with us about a subject that is related to this post-conference, and it's an issue that I know, and all of us know that you are working for several years from now, and I'm not going to do I'm not going to occupy a big space presenting you, because if the people that are following us are interested in local news, for those that are watching us and not are so interested in local news, they're interested in other subjects, I must tell you that Joy Jenkins is a must-read and a must-follow scholar when we're talking about local news, about local media, digital transition, practice around newsrooms. Also, if you are interested about news magazines, Joy Jenkins also loved that part of the research, because she was a reporter at a local magazine. At this moment, he's an assistant professor at School of Journalism and Electronic Media, University of Tennessee. Before we start with your talk, I'm going to start with a question. Just meanwhile, probably some people can go in on this conference, in this talk. What you are being doing in related to research? What are your last topics that you were focused on?
Yeah, so at the moment, I have shifted to focusing on some shifts happening among local media here in the US. In my presentation here in a minute, I'll talk about some of my findings from some European outlets. But here in the US, I've been looking at some kind of shifting approaches to how local outlets are covering particular communities, and specifically looking at underserved and underrepresented communities, those that have been ignored or stereotyped or harmfully covered in the past by legacy media, and what are different types of outlets, whether grassroots new ones or existing ones, doing to try to build connections and trust with those groups and cover them more fairly and accurately. So working on an in-depth case study I'll talk about toward the end of the presentation, of an outlet that's doing that in Milwaukee, and then have also been doing some research on alternative news weeklies, which is a genre of newspapers that are fairly specific to the US, but variations of them exist everywhere, that are trying to kind of rethink how they go about doing their coverage. And many of them have taken on a social justice approach. And so just looking at what that looks like. So that's what I'm occupied with at the moment. And I'll give a few insights into that here in a bit.
A lot of stuff to do and research to do.
Yeah.
So I'm going to share your presentation, and the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. It's so wonderful to be with you all today, and to talk a bit about what I've been working on over the last, I guess, 6 years or so. And particularly, I'll be talking today about what I've learned about emerging approaches to how local media in different countries are doing to adapt their editorial and commercial practices to better serve audiences, as well as maximize their resources and impact. So I'll give just a brief outline of what I'll be talking about over the next 30 to 40 minutes or so. So I'm going to begin by talking a bit about the context and overarching questions that have been guiding my work recently. I'm then going to share some highlights from an ongoing project I began at the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism, where I worked as a postdoctoral researcher, examining how local and regional news organizations around Europe are responding to shifts resulting from the move to a digital, mobile, and platform-oriented media environment. I'm then going to talk a bit about some solutions that are emerging to address the challenges facing local outlets, particularly the potential of collaborative efforts to produce in-depth, accountability-driven local journalism. And I'll talk a bit about a Facebook-funded local initiative that I'm sure many of you are aware of in the UK. And finally, I'm going to talk about some research in progress that I just alluded to, focused on a US local news digital outlet that is focusing particularly on more accurately and fairly representing traditionally marginalized and underserved communities. So if you go to the next slide, please. All right, so this is the big question, of course. What is the future of local news? I pulled a few articles from the last couple of years. Most of these are US-based outlets that have headlines and framing that we're all very familiar with. So the coronavirus is killing local news, the collapse of local news, the death knell for local newspapers, crisis, all these terms that we've seen over and over talking about what's happening, what's the future of local news look like, and what can we do to intervene. So for a bit of context on this, today news use is increasingly distributed. According to the 2022 digital news report from the Reuters Institute that came out this summer, only about 23% of people are beginning their news journeys with a website or app. And of course, that's even lower for those ages 18 to 24, so many in the age group that we teach at our universities, who are much more likely to access news via social media search and mobile aggregators. And as a result of this, many news outlets are turning to paid content models, which is something I'll talk about here in a few minutes, in their efforts to enhance digital earnings in the face of declining advertising and subscription revenues. This is a trend that the digital news report authors called a pivot to paid. And payment for news overall is still fairly small, 17% according to the most recent survey. And a large proportion of those subscriptions are going to those big national brands, a winner takes most dynamic. So these trends, of course, are really concerning for the local news sector. Local news is considered to provide journalism that's more trusted and less partisan than national outlets. And local newspapers and their websites remain the most important sources of local news in most countries, which is a trend that was, of course, particularly important as people sought information about the COVID-19 pandemic and how it was affecting their communities. But most local outlets tend to still prioritize their print products and serve a more traditional audience. And these outlets are also facing competition from other sources of hyperlocal information. Local media, according to the 2021 digital news report, was seen as the best source of news only for a minority of topics, updates on the pandemic, health news, and weather, with people turning to platforms and specialized websites for others. And the authors of that called this the great unbundling of local news, which is continuing to challenge business models and really reinforcing the need for local outlets to establish their unique selling proposition to be able to compete. So all that to say, although local outlets tend to receive, as we all know in this group, less attention than their national and international counterparts, they're working to adapt to these challenges. They're creating new products and processes and initiatives to be competitive in the digital space, as well as engagement efforts and new commercial strategies, which I'll be sharing multiple examples of over the course of the presentation. So if you go to the next slide. So I'm going to draw some findings from some of my work over the last several years. Here at the bottom, I have the covers of 3 reports I worked with the Reuters Institute to produce. The first in 2018 on the digital transition of local news, which was based on 48 interviews with editors, reporters, and commercial directors at newspapers in 4 countries. And I'll share a bit from that here in a minute. I revisited those case newspapers for the 2020 report on the right, published less but published Publish Better, which was focused specifically on how these outlets are navigating the pivot to paid content or paid readership models online. A third report I'll talk about is focused on 3 case studies in collaborative local journalism and what we can learn from some of the approaches they've taken to creating accountability-driven local journalism. And there at the top are a few citations from some other published work I'll be speaking about today. And thank you also to my collaborators on these pieces. If you'll go to the next slide. So this is the method for those first 2 reports I mentioned that came out in 2018 and 2020. So I did about 68 in-depth interviews with managers and editors in Finland, France, Germany, and the UK. And overall, this represented 9 local and regional newspapers. We tried to get 2 newspapers or 2 newspaper organizations of roughly the same size in each country, but with some variation in the types of ownership models, from national companies down to those that were independently owned. The interviews were conducted initially in 2017 and 2018. I did a follow-up round in 2019 and 2020, and then hoping to do a third phase in person in spring 2023 to see how they're continuing to navigate their digital transition. If you go to the next slide. So I'll talk a bit first about the primary finding from that 2018 report. I'm going to focus more so on the 2020 report today, but this is the primary takeaway that we took from that first round of interviews. And basically considering that the parent companies represented at those case newspapers were pursuing 3 overall strategies for producing and monetizing local news in the digital age. And they're listed here: national scale, regional breadth, and local depth. And I'll talk about each of those briefly. So the national scale approach focuses on emphasizing economies of scale pursued through the acquisition of a portfolio of different titles that in their aggregate can draw the largest possible audience, which is then primarily monetized through advertising. This is, of course, a familiar model one we see in the US as well. This approach was most evident among the national parent companies in the sample, particularly in the UK. And these companies tended to feature centralized newsrooms producing online content that could be shared across multiple news outlets and adapted to local markets. They also sought to minimize costs through shared digital advertising sales, human resources, and others. The regional breadth model, which is the second one here, also emphasizes economies of scale, but in a slightly different way, through focusing on developing a more focused portfolio of editorial and other offerings for a particular, often contiguous region. The aim is to have a strong and distinct market position in that area that publishers can seek to monetize through paid content models and auxiliary forms of revenue, such as events, services, e-commerce, and others to supplement advertising. This approach was evident in the large regional companies we talked with in France, Germany, and Finland, those that have long sustained a robust local and regional press. And finally, the local depth model. This was pursued by individual local titles and groups, and by those owned by smaller companies such as Kaleva in Finland, Nismeton in France, Mindpost in Germany, and the ILIF Group in the UK. And these organizations remained economically and editorially powered by their communities and regions, reported on smaller geographic areas, and in many cases relied on local advertising and print subscriptions. But they're also looking beyond that to sustain themselves through premium content and subscription models and auxiliary revenue sources. And these organizations were pretty highly tailored to their specific areas, but had in many cases fewer resources and less complex infrastructures than those following the other models. And of course, these strategies, they shape newsroom structures, practices, approaches to print and online editorial content, how they talked about the audience, and the focus of their business models. If you go to the next slide. So this is from the 2020 report, which, as I mentioned, focused on the shift to paid content models online. And news organizations across the sample we talked with had incorporated different forms of paid content. You can see those listed here. We have metered paywalls. We have freemium content, distinguishing between free and premium content tiers, premium models in which audiences can pay to access certain articles. And those had seen some signs of success, with several of the outlets seeing year-to-year incremental increases in the numbers of digital subscribers. Some of the outlets, particularly in the UK, had only recently implemented paid models. At the time of the interview, Yorkshire Post had incorporated a call for donations to support their local journalism. ILF Media had a micropayment model for 20 pence per article or 60 for full access, in addition to the advertiser-focused digital revenue stream. Next slide. And so it's important to look at this move to paid content models, because it shifted the way that the interviewees for this project have talked about how they approach their journalism, how they determine what journalism is high quality and what the readers might be willing to invest in. So we saw particularly a heightened focus on producing quality journalism that appeals to local readers. Editors talked about moving from homogenous content, as Jane Mitchinson at the Yorkshire Post described, to high quality content. And this meant a focus on original reporting with a local focus over stories that drew the most traffic. It also reflected diverse understandings of what constitutes quality journalism, from in-depth articles about history and people and sports and culture and infrastructure to more service-oriented features offering advice on navigating the day-to-day life of cities, which we know is really important. So this suggested that local journalists aim to provide journalism that serves the needs of their communities, reflecting news values like proximity and public service, while also evolving to embrace journalism that can be popular. And that showed that quality and popularity are not opposed, but can go hand in hand. And Rasmus Claes Nielsen and I published a piece that looked at the ways they're balancing these news values. And ultimately, as one interviewee at Mies Matan said, the goal is to publish less but publish better. And I pulled a couple of examples here to show what that looks like in practice. So here's a quote from Hanna Mira at Yliosuman Sanomat in Finland. And she talked about, when we look at readers, we look at traffic and the articles that draw the most traffic. It's not what they mainly want and need. They want something that makes them cleverer and wiser and better people, something meaningful. So if we just focus on figures or analytics, we could go wrong. We might lose our credibility. So that very much emphasizes that shift in mentality toward what readers need and what can be useful to them. Here on the top right is an example from Westfalen-Post in Germany. The editor there, Joost Lubin, said that to attract digital subscribers, he focuses on local and regional stories important to daily life and that reflect the ideals of high quality journalism. The screenshot here is from a project focused on 55 people in the region who never gave up and changed their lives after overcoming a hardship. So for example, a man who was part of a motorcycle gang and went to prison, but encountered his son there, and he's now a social worker working with local schools. And so that gives a sense of the types of stories they were doing. And Lubin said the project allowed staff members to work across departments, so digital and print and design and even the commercial team working together, and it attracted online subscriptions as well. On the bottom right is Mies Matan, which has been working in the area of solutions journalism for several years, and that's the backbone of its digital revenue strategy. And they focus on addressing complex topics through their stories and interactive elements. They also are working and have been working for years to make their reporting transparent, to ask readers what they want them to investigate, to work with them to crowdsource investigations, and really focusing on those tenets of engaged journalism. Next slide. And so these case organizations have focused on creating and producing distinctive digital content that attracts readers, but also spurs attention and engagement. And they hope, of course, that conversion to paid readership. And so in that rush, or in that focus on creating that type of content, there's been an emphasis on what Joost Lubin called lean back stories. So those human interest stories, those investigative stories that allow them to really dig in and take time with their reporting. And in some cases, some of the journalists and editors I talked to said that they've been kind of pulling back from that daily rush to produce this constant flow of online news and really consider how they can use their resources wisely, and spend time with topics that they think are important, that they think readers are going to benefit from. So this is a quote from Aurora Maval, formerly of Nice Matan, talking about the hardest part is to understand what readers are waiting for. That's what we all want to know, of course. What does the reader want? But she said that we can't be completely driven by that question because it's reductive. We want to know, how can we be useful? How can we be a part of their daily life? And how can we get in touch and build a bridge? And so this really emphasizes this mentality among many of the interviewees that we need to better understand and connect with our readers to know how we can best serve them as local journalists. Next slide. So I also looked at the ways this emphasis on paid content models has affected the production strategies of these organizations and some of the ways they've been reconfiguring their newsrooms to address it. So there were newsrooms in Germany in particular had engaged in these multi-year initiatives to develop more efficient and sustainable approaches. At Mindpost, for example, they developed a channel management approach, which was overseen by an editorial team that they called the that was in the middle of the newsroom. They focused on creating stories around broad themes, around retirement and lifestyle, traffic, and local events, which allowed them to build on a traditional beat system, but use more fluid themes that could generate both breaking news and planned news coverage. Pedro and I have a published piece looking at the way that beats are changing in the local space, and this was an interesting example of that. They also use labels and points to determine how their topics should be ranked and placed on their website. So, for example, A topics are exclusive stories with regional relevance that can draw high readership. B topics draw medium readership and consist of top stories in the local edition. And then those C articles are always free. So rethinking how their stories come through their newsroom to determine what has relevance, what can draw readers, and what can also potentially draw subscriptions. And then there's a quote here from Andreas Kemper at Mindpost saying, by putting in interaction, duration, and depth, that you see that not only police and all the car accidents are at the top stories in terms of readership, you also see good journalism with research that's exclusive that constitutes quality journalism. Also, I have an example here from Kaleva in Finland, and they have changed their newsroom production strategies to have one team that's focused on producing daily news stories and another focused on long-term coverage. And the teams that work on those areas rotate every couple of weeks, and that allows them to do both types of coverage as well as keeps the flow of story ideas fresh and relevant. And then there on the left is from West France, and their newsroom is separated into a team focused on premium content and one focused on traditional content. They're also putting time and resources in developing new digital products that can draw readers and be a benefit to them. An example here is a digital magazine focused on sport, and they're also trying to produce, new digital products every year to be a benefit to subscribers. And this really emphasizes the way that these newsrooms have embraced a commercial mindset that still recognizes the value of the print product while adopting new practices editorially and new roles to enhance their digital products and revenues, functioning as ambidextrous organizations. Next slide. In this quest to effectively monetize content, identifying and better understanding reader needs, of course, and reader preferences is really, really important and was something that was a key focus for interviewees. This focused on using website and social media analytics to assess what content was drawing them, and but also to trying to determine which types of stories they'd be willing to pay for. And in particular, many of the interviewees talked about differentiating between, quote, flyby readers and those loyal readers who will pay for news. So this is a quote that I think uses a nice metaphor to address that. This is from Mark Thompson at JPI Media, and he said he uses the shop analogy. If we were running a shop, we got those flybys who would come in and buy a candy bar maybe once a week. There's lots of those folks. But then you have other people, and there's fewer of them, who they come in, they fill their baskets every week, every day. And if we were running that shop, we'd know their names. We'd give them loyalty cards. We'd know their kids' names. We'd give them Christmas cards. standards. And we're really trying to get to the point as a company where we kind of appropriate those people. And so really thinking about who that audience is, what types of editorial they're interested in, and catering to those interests. Next slide, please. And of course, this emphasis on understanding reader needs was incredibly important and remains important in terms of pandemic coverage. So I did a set of follow-up interviews with the case newspapers in August 2020 to understand the impact of the pandemic on them in those initial few months. And like newsrooms around the country, they saw similar trends in terms of high and in some cases record levels of traffic as people tried to find out what was happening in their communities and how the pandemic was affecting them. And in some cases that did result in enhanced subscriptions and people being willing to continue to remain paid readers and maintain those relationships. But even with that happening, many of the outlets said they still were dealing with those same challenges they faced before. So layoffs, furloughs, in some cases, entire outlets closing or at least having to close their downtown newsrooms. And so all of that was happening at the same time. But even so, they talked about the ways that they really tried to respond editorially and create products and focus on their reporting in a way that was going to be useful for their readers. And so here there's a quote from Niles Nusanimi from Calava, who talked about it helped us think about new approaches to several topics. In sports, for example, since they weren't covering matches in the way they were before, they shifted the focus to long stories that would interest the audience tremendously. And they saw their number of visitors increase, also saw some growth in digital subscriptions. Here on the right are a few other examples. The Bishop Stortford Independent in the UK is up on the top right. They, of course, were covering the pandemic in the community, but they also transitioned their office into a space for the public. It was a collection and pickup point for the NHS and for other essential workers, with readers donating pens, personal hygiene products, and other things that were needed. Here in the middle is from West France, where they created a space on their website called West France Answers You, in which readers posed questions to journalists in real time and received responses. On the bottom right is a newsletter from Nice Matan, focused on how Italy had coped with COVID-19, as well as a series of long-form features about that topic. Next slide. So I'm going to shift to talking about some possible interventions for addressing the challenges facing local news organizations, which of course is vital. And one that's emerged to be a pretty big source of conversation here in the US and in other countries as well, of course, is the potential of partnerships and collaboration. And this has been heralded as a way to leverage digital tools and technologies to produce in-depth, impactful reporting in the face of economic and professional challenges that are besetting the news industry. So I did a series of 31 in-depth interviews with managers, editors, reporters, and funders working on collaborative initiatives in 3 countries, Finland, Italy, and the UK. These interviews were conducted in 2018 and 2019. And then I also looked at some of the documents they used to organize, as well as examples of their editorial content. Next slide. So the first I'll talk about is Lännen Media in Finland. So Lännen Media is the joint national newsroom of Finland's leading regional media, combines 12 Finnish language regional daily newspapers representing 8 parent companies at the time of my interviews, published across Western and Northern Finland. The production company, Lännen Media Oy, is owned by its participant media houses, for which it produces exclusive content, including national and international news, features, analyses, print pages, and premium online stories. 40 reporters worked across the 12 newsrooms, including a team of 10 based in a joint Helsinki newsroom. And in particular, looking at these collaborations, there's a published article on this that I wrote with Lucas Graves, and we looked at the ways that these collaborations work to resolve potential tensions, particularly around that competition that tends to drive, that sense of competition that tends to drive journalists. So we looked at what are these collaborations doing to resolve those those tensions. And in the case of Leanin Media, it was resolved at the topic level, with Leanin Media effectively supplanting national and overseas news desks. So stories, and even stories that are emerging from the regional newsrooms, had to have some kind of national angle to make them usable and publishable by the companies that participated in this initiative. And so this means that they were producing content that didn't cannibalize what the member newspapers were doing and what they saw as their bread and butter, which of course is that local and regional reporting. They even used a news value, as one of them described, called faux locality, which is working on stories and identifying sources that interest readers in multiple cities without becoming too overly local. So again, as not to cannibalize that local and regional reporting. It also operates as a partnership of equals, where larger newspapers contributed more, while all members shared the cost of operating Leanin Media and took a role in staffing and governance. And there's a board with representatives from all the newsrooms that contributes to making decisions. Next slide. The next collaborative I looked at is in Italy, l'Italia del Slot. This was a partnership between two data journalism startups, Data Ninja and Efficinca, with the Jedi Media Group, which is the biggest local newspaper publisher in Italy. And this was the first large-scale data-driven investigation of gambling and slot machine distribution, usage, and effects in Italy. And it was driven primarily by a group called the Jedi Media Lab, which focused on non-textual storytelling formats, multimedia, illustrations, data, video, social engagement, all those things. So they created an online hub for this investigation that had interactive elements, places where people could put in the name of their town and find out where casinos and other gambling sites were located, as well as look at rates of gambling addiction and the social implications of it. And this focused on resolving competitive tensions at the role level, and that the two startups involved could share their work in terms of these big data sets they've curated and their expertise with local and national newspapers. They could teach those journalists, particularly at the local level, how to do data journalism, how to tell stories about their communities. And that then enabled those local journalists to continue that type of work. So to continue to do data journalism on other topics, which of course enhanced their journalistic role in their areas. It was also a short-term model. They did 2 iterations of this project, which allowed them some flexibility in their structure in terms of their resource sharing, as well as emphasizing one particular topic. Next slide. So the third collaboration I looked at, I'm sure many of you are familiar with this one. This is the Bureau Local in the UK. It was launched by the Bureau for Investigative Journalism in 2017 with help from a Digital News Initiative grant. And it focuses on public interest investigative journalism at the local level through facilitating a collaborative network of local journalists and providing access to data, as well as training members on how to incorporate this information into their reporting. On my last count, this may have gone up since then. They had about 1,500 current and former local journalists, freelance journalists, bloggers, people from the tech community, and others who are passionate about open data and open government. The investigations the Bureau Local has undertaken have included coverage of elections, council budget spending, resources for domestic violence victims, and the number of homeless deaths around the UK. And this, the nonprofit, so the Bureau Local, acts as a hub that coordinates and supports parallel investigations, as well as facilitates the collaboration of participants. And it has very much this volunteerist ethos in that local journalists can choose which investigations they want to get involved with, the nature of their involvement, how much they want to contribute to crowdsourcing data at the local level, and what that all looks like, even in terms of presentation, whether they want to publish in their local newspapers, publish independently, or through another outlet. And this works well because they coordinate investigations across the national and local levels. And so everybody releases their stories at the same time. Often they work with a national media partner as well. And this helps to maximize attention and impact when that story is published, and of course spur lots of conversation about the topic that's been reported on. Next slide. So I'm going to shift to talk a bit about some research in progress. So the next study looks at the Facebook Community News Project. A colleague and I looked at this initiative and have a article under review with Journal right now. So hopefully that will go positively. But we wanted to look at this project in particular and interview some of the people involved with it. So if you're not familiar, in 2018, Facebook announced a $6 million initiative to support local journalism in the UK, with the specific aim to improve newsroom diversity and help journalists produce authentic, reliable news and information for underserved communities. So a particular focus on recruiting new journalists, so those new to the industry who came from underrepresented backgrounds. And this initiative was part of Facebook's multi-million dollar investment in journalism programs and partnerships that's making that company, as well as Google, of course, a really prominent global journalism funder. So we did interviews with 20 editors, community reporters, as well as project organizers to understand how they were going about connecting with these underserved communities in their areas and how they talked about the initial success of this program. So next slide. So Facebook launched this project to provide authentic, reliable news and information to underserved communities. And so they announced where journalists would be placed, but they didn't tell them what to cover. So community reporters were able to work with their editors to determine what community they wanted to focus on. And they had some pretty broad reach to be able to make that decision. But most of them viewed their role as reporting on what they called marginalized groups. So those from racial, ethnic, and religious minorities, immigrant communities, those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, the disabled community, and people in the LGBTQ A+ community. And so when they talked about what underrepresented meant to them, they said that they were communities that weren't represented fairly or maybe not represented at all. Several journalists talked about communities that had lost trust in local media, which was a really prominent theme. Others were motivated on reporting on groups that had little coverage, or as one reporter put it, giving voice to the voiceless. But they also, soon after starting these beats, recognized how much work needed to be done to rebuild trust. And in many cases, the community members that these reporters focused on had negative perceptions of and experiences with their local newspaper, including stereotypical depictions, underrepresentation, or a complete lack of representation. And they would share these complaints fairly openly in their interactions with journalists. And so here's some quotes that demonstrate that. One said, "I was quite often on the phone with people who were bollocking me on behalf of all the previous awful editors and journalists who had portrayed them as subhuman in some cases." Another journalist said, most had little faith in the media and many questioned why I was suddenly paying attention. And so they had significant barriers to overcome in building relationships with these communities. Next slide. And so this, an emphasis on rebuilding trust, as I mentioned, became really, really prominent. So building and also repairing trust with people in these communities. And the community journalists did this in the information gathering stage. They're having listening sessions and really taking time to sit down with and hear out these communities they were focused on. During the reporting and writing strategies, through prioritizing positive news coverage that they felt like more accurately reflected these communities rather than just focusing on problem-based stories. And so journalists said they wanted to show that they could be positive forces in the community and that journalism, local journalism in particular, can do good by highlighting positive stories. They would show up to where these communities were, at least pre-pandemic, to listen to them before even writing a single story, which they saw as really important. And so as one community reporter said, "I've had people say before, this didn't feel like an interview, it felt more like a chat. I did a story and someone said to me, I've never met a reporter before. You're just like normal people." And I was like, yeah, we are just people. And so it was a way to really reinforce that. Another said that "You've had a really bad time with my newspaper." This was a conversation with a community member. And they said, "I'd love to balance that. How would you like to be covered? What kind of news do you think needs to be written about? And how can we work together on that?" So really emphasizing collaborative approaches to journalism and trying to understand these communities' needs and their interests and what they'd like to see presented. Next slide. And then finally, as I mentioned before, there was very much an emphasis on reporting positive news. And that helped the community reporters accomplish two goals. They could present themselves to marginalized communities as empathetic and trustworthy, and then present those community members to their readers as empathetic and relatable to those who were outside those communities. And so this was really important because it could help them to generate empathy, particularly in stories of people working to make positive change in these communities, which reporters said could help illuminate the experience of people who had been minoritized and show community uplift and show the ways that they can help or they were working to help uplift their communities. And I love this quote from one of the community reporters when she talked about her strategy for covering her community. She called it the trampoline method. So she would start with one story that might be really small. So something like, we have food hampers we're giving out to the elderly. And then at the end of doing those interviews, she'd say, if you have any others, let me know. And then they come back with bigger stories, and the trust builds because you've given them airtime with that positive story, even if it's just something small. And it's like a trampoline, you get higher and higher. And she said that that allowed her to move into stories on more systemic issues like racism and economic inequality. Another community reporter said, I want to show that they're really trying and there's things that are doing that are important to reflect. I want people to be brought together into the community rather than being divided. So this was a goal of highlighting what was happening in these communities, bringing people together, not just within the communities they were covering, but at a broader level for those that their newspapers serve. Next slide. And so the strategies we saw there with that Facebook community news project, we saw very similar types of conversations and types of perspectives within this case study that I'm working with a colleague on the Milwaukee Neighborhood News Service here in the US. And this was an initiative launched in March 2011 to remedy Milwaukee mass media's habit of ignoring the city's neighborhoods, particularly neighborhoods of color, except for stories about crime and decay. And this newsroom emerged as an editorially independent nonprofit organization sustained primarily by grants. And it is also headquartered at Marquette University, which provides office space, equipment, the salary for the editor-in-chief, as well as interns from the student body who can help support NNS and its mission. And now they've moved from covering just a few neighborhoods to today they cover 17 neighborhoods, and they have 11 journalists working with the Neighborhood News Service. And there's a particular emphasis, I'll call it NNS from here on out, on covering stories important to the people who live, work, and serve in city neighborhoods on topics like education and public safety, economic development, health and wellness, recreation, youth development, and housing. And so Eileen Cabas-Maharas and I have been working on a multi-method qualitative case study to examine how NNS challenges the stigmatization of marginalized Milwaukee neighborhoods from the perspectives of talking to the journalists there. We're also working on a reader survey at the moment, and then we're looking at the content to see how the way that the journalists articulate their role and the mission of NNS, how that's evident in their coverage. Next slide. And so looking at the mission of NNS, staff members articulated pretty common descriptions of what they saw as their role. So particularly they had a desire to cover their neighborhoods differently from the mainstream media, which they believed had emphasized negative stories, had used stigmatizing practices. And in contrast to that, similar to what we saw in the Facebook project, they wanted to offer useful and uplifting content for readers. And this meant really ingraining themselves in the communities, becoming part of those communities to understand them well. There's a focus from the editor, Ron Smith, on educating, illuminating, and celebrating. So again, pretty similar themes to what we just talked about. And one of the staff reporters said that the idea was birthed out of this idea that if ingratiated in that community, you can understand it and you can give people a more true portrait of it. So really being present and involved. Another staff reporter said, we're not just there for press conferences, but we have time. We can put attention because we're not publishing a daily. It's an online only outlet. We don't have to do a 6 p.m. broadcast and a 10 p.m. broadcast. We have freedom. And that opens up the door for us to do some really extraordinary work. And so having that time and flexibility, they felt like gave them an opportunity to have boots on the ground and really spend time doing what they saw as very high quality coverage. Next slide. And so a big emphasis of this, of course, is challenging stereotypes. And so the reporters at NNS focus on addressing issues rather than specific incidents. So rather than covering just a specific crime or shooting or something along those lines, they wanted to properly contextualize those events, as well as present their neighborhoods as spaces of solutions, including the ways that residents are trying to address systemic issues in their communities. As one reporter talked about, you have to go and you have to be there. People do love to talk about themselves, and that's a good principle for getting just about anything journalistically. But an extension of that is that people love to talk about their communities, especially when they're entrenched in them. So really showing that when given the platform and the space and the time, people want to talk about the good things and the solutions that are happening around them. They also talked to quite a bit, the staff members at NNS, about helping their sources understand journalism and how it works. So of course, many of the people they interview maybe haven't talked with a journalist or encountered a journalist, or just don't know about the journalistic processes and how everything works. And so they take time to be really transparent about that. And so one reporter said, sometimes people say things that they kind of wish they could take back. And I give them that space. I say, let me know what you're comfortable with me reporting. Because sometimes people are speaking out of emotion, particularly if something bad or traumatic has happened. So I want to make sure people feel comfortable. And when they are comfortable, people will feel pretty open with speaking to the media, especially if they feel like there's some problem and they want something done about it, and seeing the role of the journalist in that. Next slide. And finally, there's that emphasis on uplift and community uplift. And so staff members really reinforce the value of presenting neighborhoods fairly and accurately, rather than relying on those news values that might tend to guide mainstream, particularly breaking news coverage. And so they talked about having very much a balanced approach. So recognizing that bad things do happen here, they happen everywhere, and we're going to look at those, but there's also wonderful things, and we need a balanced approach. We know there's problems, and we know there's people working to do things about them, and we want to raise awareness of all of that. So very much trying to provide a more comprehensive, nuanced portrait. Another staff reporter talked about that we want to make sure we talk to the people. And so not just talking to the typical sources that you might see in news coverage, so the people in power, the police chiefs, the politicians, all those types of sources. We want to look at who's in the audience, who's standing there, who does this impact, and talk to them. And this very much focuses on giving voices to people who've just never had a chance to speak their minds. And it gives a voice to people who haven't been heard or haven't been listened to. This is also a way, as one of the reporters talked about, of recognizing the problems of parachute journalism, just coming in to cover one thing and leaving, and really focusing on developing sustained relationships with their sources, doing follow-up coverage, and ensure that they're maintaining that mission throughout the types of reporting they do. So next slide. So I'll go over just a couple of conclusions, and then I'm happy to shift to the discussion and taking some questions. So overall, over the course of this research, we've seen that these local news organizations are very much prioritizing loyal readers over those flyby visitors that tend to come via platforms like Facebook and Google. And they aim to attract these audiences through producing distinctive, high quality journalism that can't be found anywhere else. And of course, it's important to look at, with that focus and with that emphasis on those loyal readers, who might be left out or who might not be part of that conversation, and understanding the implications of that. These newsrooms have also embraced a commercial mindset that supports the adoption of new editorial processes and roles to enhance their digital revenues, what we called ambidextrous organizations. And there's also some solutions and interventions that are developing, collaborations using structures and approaches that allow participants to manage their competitive tensions while building trust and confidence and a sense of shared achievement among the newsrooms and journalists involved. And then finally, initiatives like the Community News Project, the Milwaukee Neighborhood News Service, are trying to look at interventions in a different way, disrupting the stigmatization of underserved and minoritized communities by relying on sustained, rigorous, and accurate journalism with a service-oriented focus. So I'll stop there. Thank you all for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Pardon. Thank you, Joy, for your excellent presentation, for sharing your research. We already have here 3 questions, hoping that more are coming. I'm going to share it on the screen. The first one is from Rachel Matthew, and she's talking about the definition of community, different definitions of community. She's telling my experience is that the research around community media is not particularly applicable to legacy media because of structural difference. What's your thoughts about that?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. And those definitional differences are so important to look at when we talk about community and we talk about local and hyperlocal and all these terms we use. So yeah, I found that community and how that was defined did look really different between these legacy outlets and between maybe these more grassroots outlets like NNS. So for NNS, community was particular neighborhoods, particularly neighborhoods of color that had been underserved or misserved by legacy media. And so that outlet developed to very much focus on those particular neighborhoods and provide news you can use that they can act upon and that was relevant to them. And that's their entire focus. Whereas looking at some of these legacy outlets, like I looked at, in the European context, they look at communities, through the geographic sense, of course, like who is their audience, who reads them, where does that traffic come from, as well as developing these communities of interest that they could maximize through things like Facebook groups, through newsletters. And so that could be anything from parents to people who like to ride their bicycle, to people who were interested in nostalgia and reading nostalgic pieces or looking at old photos from their communities, to young professionals, to retirees. And so community there looked a bit different and tended to be oriented around these opportunities to bring in those loyal paid readers and connect with them. And so I think, yeah, there are some really important differences there to look at in terms of motivation, in terms of why they're trying to connect with those communities and what that might mean for their coverage moving forward.
Thank you. Another question is from Adriana. I feel that local news is repeated in newspapers of a region. Could the collaboration between these media provide a common editorial strategy that avoid copy-paste? We have in the section in the morning, Adriana is talking from Portugal, from the perspective of Portuguese reality. But we also have in the session in the morning 2 colleagues from Estonia and the Czech Republic, that and also Romania, that goes in the same direction. So it's not a particular case in Portugal, of course. It's in other countries. But
Yeah. So that's a really good question, looking at the role of collaboration. And I think that there is a lot of potential with those collaborative efforts to develop common editorial strategies, but that also really emphasize distinctive local journalism that addresses local issues and needs. So the Bureau Local example is a really good one in that they develop some kind of common investigation that their members are interested in, and they can collect national level data to reflect, but then those topics also have local relevance. And so they empower and equip local journalists to collect data there at the local level to be able to contribute to having a more comprehensive data set. And so it's a common story idea. It's a common investigation that, lots of journalists are invested in, but they can tell distinctive local stories to hold, people in power in their communities accountable, while also contributing to a national investigation that can spark potentially even broader dialogue, solutions, and response. And so I think that's a way to really, use and maximize resources to do a lot of really important accountability journalism and like you said, avoid that copy paste that can happen. The same thing was evident with the Italian example, to where they had some national level stories about trends and applying data to understand the rise of gambling at the national level, but they really emphasized doing those local stories to see how is that affecting people in communities, what do the numbers look like in particular neighborhoods and areas, and how can we understand this in a really comprehensive way. And so I think there are, interesting examples of really maximizing resources and training and conversations and data to really do some important and influential journalism.
in the same direction, we have a question from Luisa that is asking, in this case particularly about the Portuguese perspective. We have when we talk about local media, and this was a question put on the previous sessions about, and you already, you and Rachel already talked about this, the definition of community media and local media. From different perspectives, from Portugal, from USA, from others, we have different perspectives. But here, in the case of Portugal, as you know from our study, that you are talking about very small newsrooms. Sure. What could it be a good model for these small newsrooms? As is asking Luisa.
Yeah, I think again, that's where we see collaboration really coming in. So a lot of the journalists that were involved with the Bureau Local, for example, are working in small newsrooms. Some of them were working at a freelance level, but they were really passionate and interested in doing more of this long form investigative reporting. So the Bureau Local was a great resource for them in that they could have access to data, they could have access to training. There were Slack channels and spaces where they'd have conversations where you could ask questions and get help if there was a challenge that you were facing in getting a source or getting a piece of information. Some of the journalists I talked with who were from smaller newsrooms or working on a freelance basis said that they had to take this on kind of more in a volunteer capacity or doing it on their own time, but having access to something like the Bureau Local really helped them feel empowered that they could do it and they could make that work. The same was the case with the Italian example as well, in that some of the journalists I talked to said they'd never done data journalism before. They were a little bit intimidated by it, but through having that training from those two data journalists, they felt more confident, and it was something they felt like they could carry forward and apply. And it wasn't nearly as time intensive as they thought it would be. They said once they learned how to do it and do it well, they felt like they had the efficacy to continue that. And so, and another model that's emerging here in the US, and I'm sure it's something that's happening in your countries as well, is we're seeing universities partner with small newsrooms. And I actually just came back from a conference about that was focused on how universities can address news deserts or can work with smaller newsrooms to create coverage. And so that's a way to connect with students who are passionate and excited about doing journalism, who have good tech training and know some of these emerging tools and are happy to have a chance to be published and see their work recognized. And so I think there's opportunities to also make connections with local universities and young journalists and emerging journalists to do this type of work as well. And I think that's something we're going to see more and more of.
I'm going to not put the following question, but another one, because it's very connected with your answer. It's from Ricardo, and he's also asking how important can be the schools and develop school newspapers and in role of making consumers more interested in local media and local news.
Yeah, I think incredibly important. And like I said, going to be more and more important. We have several examples of this in the US. So the University of Georgia, for example, there was a local newspaper in their area that was literally on the verge of closing its doors. They swooped in, they took that on, and now their students comprise that newsroom and are covering that community and getting really, really good response, also building up advertising, building up subscriptions, and working on creating a sustainable model. Another example at the University of Kansas, there was a community that didn't have a local news source that was just 10 to 15 minutes away from the university campus. And so a professor there created a newsroom and her students are covering that community and again, having really good response to that. Here at the University of Tennessee, we've created a newsroom that our graduate students, our master's students work on, and we're covering in-depth issues facing the community. So we're trying to do that reporting that our local outlets may not always have the time or the resources to do. We're trying to cover those through multi-platform approaches, and then we're building up partnerships with local media who will publish or air those stories and increase the reach for the students, increase exposure, and then it's also stories that they can have and that can show their investment in the community. And so there's lots of different models for doing this work. I'm happy to share examples with those who might be interested, but I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities moving forward for universities, their student journalists to cover their communities and and to also just build an excitement about local journalism. That's something, that recruitment piece can be kind of difficult for local outlets, but I think we can create some excitement among our students to do this type of work. Yeah, the news deserts question. There's work coming out that's addressing that. Terry Finneman at the University of Kansas and her colleagues have done a few published studies about universities addressing news deserts. I'll see if I can track down those links and maybe tweet those out. And then there's also more research I'm aware of that's in progress that's looking at the effect of these students covering these news desert areas or news deprived areas. So yeah, so that's something, there's some out there and there's more to come. So definitely keep an eye out for that.
Thank you. In fact, here in Portugal, we are starting to do the same. In fact, we started already 2 years ago by the hands of the following questioner. Giovanni has started here in Portugal for the first time, start to look into the news deserts, but the question is not that. He is doing a research about local media collaboration and is asking if these cases that you've studied already have some culture of cooperation, and how to get journalists and media to work together in regions where this is not so traditional.
Yeah, that's a great question. And so definitely in Finland, there was already this kind of culture of collaboration that existed there. And Land and Media was not the first kind of initiative of its kind that brought different organizations together to have some kind of shared, I guess, content hub, for lack of a better term. So that was something that already existed there. I think in terms of the Bureau Local, there were collaborations happening. There were partnerships with data journalists and university professors working in the area of data to do training and to connect and do some partnerships. There were some data journalism focused kind of hubs within publishers that had been emerging. And so I think, in those cases, they were building on kind of an existing recognition that collaboration and partnerships can be really effective and can be a way to maximize resources and create, this journalism that's really, really important. To getting them to work together in regions where it's not traditional, I think it's just looking at some of the different models and different approaches and what works best. So like I said, in the Italian context, it worked well as a short-term initiative focused on a particular topic. And then that allowed the two data journalism startups to not feel like they were, connected to Jedi forever, but that they could take their kind of skills and expertise and work with different types of news organizations that gave them some flexibility in their roles and their work. And so I think, it's just a matter of recognizing that these partnerships, this is something that's going to be continuing for a long time. The success of the Panama Papers and the follow-ups to that, of course, really show the impact that collaborative efforts can have. And so it's just looking at the different models, the different approaches, the different understandings of where everybody fits in, and seeing what's going to work the best and be the most sustainable, if that's what people are looking to do.
Thank you. At the moment, you're not having more questions on the chat, but I have one or two, hoping that we have half an hour until the break. So if more questions are over there, you can put it on the chat, please. But I would like to ask you, during your work with Reuters Institute, you look a lot for especially European countries, and US reality. What are the main difference that you identify dealing with local media from the US perspective and European perspective? And another question is, you talk about the public less, public better. And this reminds me an exploratory study that I and a Spanish colleague have done, interviewing local journalists from Portugal and Spain. And it was interesting because all of the Spanish ones were following this idea. And using these justifications, telling that we must learn from the wrong ways that we took in the past, especially on the online first and the 24/7 idea, and they started to look at the problems that way that they follow and wrong. So they are more focused now in publish less, the same idea, publish less, publish better. The same question from the U.S. perspective and European. Do you see major differences? Do you identify other countries, or this is more in place in some countries than others at a local level?
That's a good question. I mean, there's obviously big differences, structurally and in terms of media systems with, some of the countries I looked at and what local media look like there. Some there's still the regional and local outlets play more prominent places in the media environment than others. Some more of a focus on the national and international outlets, and local has, kind of less of an influence. And so considering that is important. Some of the countries still have a pretty substantial, print readership, and that's something that's maintained, or just a, historical emphasis on reading the local news. And I think, one of the biggest differences, of course, is funding models. And so countries that do have public and state funding available for their local news, or making that available, making resources available. And of course, that's a big conversation here in the US. We have some nonprofit outlets. We have some, as I mentioned, that are working with universities, and big conversations here about what does the future of funding for local journalism look like, and what do those interventions need to look like, and what public options could be available for that. So those kind of structural infrastructure elements are really important for understanding how news organizations are responding and how they're looking forward in terms of sustainability. But it's, of course, and those of you in the audience, I'm sure you all have more expertise on this and what those differences look like. But it was also really interesting to see the similarities, and I addressed many of those. And so this emphasis on paid content models and memberships, and understanding which readers are going to invest and want to stay connected with their local news and what they need. This emphasis on drawing younger readers, that's, of course, a massive question. And so how do we get those Gen Z readers to see local news as valuable and potentially be willing to subscribe to it? I hear a lot of people say that readers don't come until like they buy a house or their kids are in school, and that's when they recognize they want this local news that addresses those topics. But how do you catch them before that and get them invested and to see the value? And then, of course, as you were addressing in the second part of your question, this publish less but publish better idea, that's something, I think, a philosophy that is present in many places. And so recognizing newsrooms are smaller, resources are smaller than they used to be. We don't have to continually crank out, all these stories and this information that people are going to other places to get and going to other platforms to get. So what can we produce that is going to make us distinctive and make us a service to our communities and a place that they want to go and seek out on a day-to-day basis? And so I think that was evident with the people I talked to, and recognizing, let's think longer about the types of stories we're doing, the types of projects we're doing, how we involve the public in that work through these engagement strategies, what platform do we put them on? Do we do short form documentaries? Do we do audio storytelling? Do we do a beautiful print package that has an online component? And so trying to think more strategically about how to use the staff and expertise they have to tell stories in a way that people are going to see as valuable. And so, and that's also a narrative that I'm seeing among, outlets here in the US as well. And particularly as they're thinking about, as I talked about, covering those communities that have been undercovered, underserved, and stereotyped. So how can we tell more thoughtful, accurate, comprehensive stories about those groups? And that's something that's happening with these kind of grassroots outlets as well as legacy media, to how to be more conscientious about how they're approaching those groups. And I think those, and I hope those conversations continue inevitably.
Thank you. And before still not more any questions on chat, but I'm going to add one more because this interests me a lot, and I would like to hear your thoughts about this. Because the project that is hosting this pre-conference is Media Trust, local media lab for civic trust and literacy, that is held and focused on Portugal. And we are interested in doing research, and it's a research action project, and it's focused on local disinformation, misinformation, and media literacy. And we are thinking of this possibility, and I would like to hear about what you think about this. That is, in local newsrooms, and as we saw in different countries, you have, in case of Portugal, you have very small newsrooms. But in the digital environment, you have a lot of information, and of course, misinformation. Of course, even the bigger newsrooms can do fact checking to all the information. It's impossible, of course, and the idea is not that. But for smaller newsrooms in the digital environment with less resources, how do you think, what way or ways that could local newsrooms take to help them to do fact checking and growing this information at a local level?
Yeah.
You have journalists, you have I don't know, artificial intelligence and other kind of technology that in some way can help. But our big possibility that we put on the table is the enrollment of the audience. We think that audience can, because of trust, it's not. It's why the project called Media Trust and very focused on trust. Because local media, we saw in studies, especially in Portugal, that people put a lot of trust on local media, more than on other national media. They trust a lot, and that's a way that local media could work with that trust and with those loyal audiences, probably to help them in the process in some way. Of course, it's in a hypothesis, something that we put on the table. But I would like to, from different perspectives that you have from the United States and in other countries, what is your perspective about this possibility, or which ways can local media take in this information and infodemic and information disorder process?
Yeah, it's a big question, and there's a lot to look at there. And I know that there's some great research in progress and coming out about fact-checking practices among journalists and what they're doing, particularly those who maybe don't have a dedicated team to it, and how they're working to address disinformation and misinformation and recognize that. I think something I'm seeing among the people I've talked with at the local level is just really trying to reinforce the norm of transparency and trying to be really transparent with their sources and with their audiences, and helping them understand these journalistic processes. And so, as I mentioned when I was talking about the neighborhood news service in Milwaukee, there was a recognition that a lot of the sources and the people they were talking to in their neighborhoods hadn't maybe encountered a journalist, maybe didn't know how journalistic processes work, or what happens once they do an interview, like where is that then published? What does it look like when it's published? How is it contextualized? And this is something we know, at least from some of the Pointer surveys and things that have come out, the Pew surveys that have come out, that a lot of people maybe don't know how journalism works or what those processes look like. And this is something that, of course, we often forget. And so there's an emphasis on, helping those sources and communities understand how journalism's funded, what constitutes quality and credible journalism, and what they need to know to be able to navigate it. It comes down to the production side and labeling things well. So what's opinion and what's news? Maybe having info boxes that explain, this is why this source was anonymous, or this is why this photo was chosen, or this is why the story was presented or framed in a particular way. And these are things that don't have to take a ton of time and resources, but can really go a long way into building those relationships with the public, building trust, and just helping them develop their news and media literacy. And we as journalists can take those small steps to help people understand better what we're doing and why we're doing it. Even with my own graduate students, they're part of a newsroom called Panoramic, where they're doing those kind of in-depth stories that I mentioned before. We were talking last week, and they said, we want every story we do to have our how and our why. We want to explain how we reported that story and why we chose that story to report. And I think that's a really good mantra that local journalists can take to help address any of that mistrust that might exist. In terms though of some like fact-checking practice, that's not something I've studied specifically. I know that there's many great researchers who have and are looking at that. But there are things that can be done even in small newsrooms to help kind of counter this infodemic, as you mentioned.
Thanks a lot. And this takes us to one more question, in this case, Ricardo. Besides the pandemic, would it take to change some practice, considering the fatigue related to polarized coverage, pandemic, and what is the possibility of large media groups?
It's a big question. It's a hard question. So of course, the pandemic has had a big effect on practices from the audience as well as the news production side. And of course, we've seen, from the Reuters Institute, others, research showing that there is fatigue related to topics, like COVID, like war, and others that are controversial or difficult with, some groups of people tuning out completely or tuning out somewhat. And that's something that we really have to counter. I believe that what will take to change is newsrooms just really recognizing the importance and the value of engaging with their communities. And this is a conversation that's building and really strong here in the US. I'm sure it is elsewhere as well. It's been evident among some of the people I've interviewed. This recognition that we need our communities, we need to help them understand why local news is important, why it's worth supporting, and then giving them a voice and a space in that. And so getting out into those spaces, hearing people out, hearing what they're interested in and what they care about, teaching them how to do journalism in some cases, like the Bristol Cable and City Bureau here in the US. I mean, there's outlets that are really focused on empowering and training citizens to create journalism, which is really valuable. And just finding innovative ways and innovative approaches to help people understand what journalism is, how it works, why it's important, and what role they can play in that. So even if it's not subscribing, it could be contributing to a crowdsourced investigation, coming to a forum event held in a newsroom. Some of the people I've been talking with are holding office hours in pubs, for example, like their editors will go to a pub and invite people to come in and share story ideas, and they've seen some success from that. So I think it's really just rethinking how we go about creating journalism, what our practices look like, getting out in the community, making those connections. And I feel like, and I know a lot of people who study this more in a more focused way, see that could be the future of really starting to build these loyal readerships that expand past a lot of different demographic qualities. So big question, important question. And I know many of you are studying it, and hopefully we can develop some solutions.
Very, very good word that you choose, rethinking, because as you know, rethinking impact, it was the topic of the ECREA conference, and it was in fact a challenge for local newsrooms. I don't know, we don't have any questions more, and of course we are running to the end of our session. Joy, once again, thanks a lot for your thoughts, for your generosity, for your time, It's always a pleasure to listen to your perspectives, and it's your great work that you have done so far.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you all for the questions, and do feel free to reach out if anything else comes up, but thank you so much for giving me the time to be here.
Thank you. See you next time.
All right, see you next time.
See you.
Bye.
Welcome back to our final section of ECREA 2022 post-conference, The State of Local Media. We are going to have the last panel of presentations, and we are going to start with Lin Shik and Zhao Chuchu. I don't know if it spells like this probably or not, but I'm going to put them on screen. Welcome. Are you listening to me?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know if it's your connection. It's good, but we'll see. I'm going to share your presentation, please.
Okay. Thank you.
It's this one. Okay.
Okay. So now let's start. Hi everyone. We are so honored to share our research here, and today we are going to talk about the positive influence local media in China have on the negative social psychology. And next slide, please. Nowadays, people around the world are not only facing the consistent epidemic, but also the infodemic. Plenty of false information have already caused the destruction of social trust, leading to many social psychological problems, such as the persistence of group vicarious traumatization, conspicuous news avoidance behavior, and epidemic fatigue. In the new round of COVID-19 in this August, Zhejiang province in China, Wenzhou Daily newspaper group built an online media pattern and has played a vital role in public opinion guidance and emotional comfort. Through the literature review, we found that local media like Wenzhou is a feature in China. This kind of media survives between provincial media and county media. Research about local media mainly focus on how to achieve convergence deeply theoretically, but this study will practically focus on the typical local media which have a great influence on people during the epidemic. This will give practical experience for the academic. And now, next slide, please. Now let's talk about the social psychology we have during the epidemic. Nowadays, the epidemic still occur from time to time in China, and every time one area has the epidemic, netizens around the country would experience feelings like anxiety, insecurity, and so on. According to the findings of Wang Jingyi in 2020, 7% of 201 respondents experienced vicarious trauma reactions during the epidemic. And the study showed that the longer the exposure to epidemic information, the more likely people will have group vicarious traumatization. And now we know that social media now play a very important role in the information transmission, and mass information lead to many problems to people. In the Reuters Institute's digital news reports in 2022, 43% say they actively avoid the news because there is too much politics about COVID-19, and 36% concerned about the news, which have a negative effect on their mood. According to the study of Wendergaard and Benwas in 2020, 34% respondents reported that their level of fulfillment of preventive and control measures had decreased compared to the time of the COVID-19 outbreak. And Harvey concluded 4 reasons why people have epidemic fatigue, including annoyed at the prevention policy and so on. And next slide, please. So now let's talk about Wenzhou Daily. Wenzhou Daily's online media pattern mainly contains WeChat official accounts, e-newspaper, and WeChat channels, and Douyin. This is the Chinese version of the TikTok. Through the epidemic in August, Wenzhou Daily made full use of the media and alleviate negative social psychology. And next slide, please. So now when it comes to cope with group vicarious traumatization, so first, Wenzhou Daily released reports on non-local epidemic areas in high density to respond to social concerns. But in reports of affected areas, Wenzhou Daily often first objectively present the situation, local epidemic, and then especially emphasize the local government's timely and effective response measures and authoritative interpretation by experts. And finally, set up a section to show some infectious and heartwarming story and support initiatives from all over the country. The narrative logic of current situation plus response plus words is the most typical mode when Window Daily reporting news of other academic areas, and it is regarded as a timely adaptation to the public opinion. And second, Window Daily News Group publishes moving stories with strong appeal in high density, really recording the hard work of government leaders, medical staff, and other people, as well as the active cooperation of the public during the end of the epidemic. August 21st, stories from 3 quarantine zones on the third day of silence in Xinjiang. This story was released, focusing on the lives of people in the quarantine zones and the fight against the epidemic. The news story is told from the perspective of volunteers and the quarantined people. In terms of reporting angle, the article focuses on conveying the idea that people from all walks of life are helping to fight the epidemic together and conveys positive emotion to people. And next slide, please. Window Daily published high-density and high-frequency reports to describe the contaminant conditions of the epidemic, introduce politics and measures. The local media shows the parties' great trust and the definition of times, which is exactly coincided with the tendency of this agenda setting. Another newspaper, which focused on hard news, the WeChat official account pays attention to social and psychological construction, post-disaster recovery, and reconstruction issues, mostly adopting the reporting method of soft news. The quantity and frequency of news released by short video platforms of Window Daily was significantly lower than that of e-news reporter and official accounts, and the news was mainly about the epidemic notification. The Window Daily newspaper group has differentiated agenda setting and reporting methods in multimedia platforms, creating a diversified news service system, providing an opportunity for users to turn from avoiding news to managing news behavior. And next slide, please. That was about how this epidemic affected. So first, in mid-August, when the epidemic was more serious, so they replied to the questions of the public on the Window online government platform. With the uncertainty of epidemic prevention and control, people are so confused and at a loss. Window Daily respond to the public's doubts quickly, accurately, and an effective solution, which is conducive to alleviating the public's uncertainty, epidemic prevention and control. And for the poster, under the policy of epidemic prevention and control in China, some people have felt fatigued by the endless requirements of wearing masks and staying households everywhere, which inevitably lacks in compliance with related policies. But on August 8th, Window Daily sent out a double-edged remark to read this kind of poster on the official account WeChat. This letter made famous literal figures as the main characters in the poster and integrated the epidemic prevention information with quotations from literary works, which achieved the innovation of the content and form of epidemic prevention policy. For example, the poster reduced going out social distance. A long social distance line is added in the two doors, which really fits the scheme of the poster. Next slide, please. Using all these things, we kind of see the measure that the local media have to alleviate negative social psychology. So the local media actually do and overlap to opinion thoughts together in some aspects. However, in order to reduce news avoidance, the local media should not only integrate resources to differentiate online media communication pattern of anti-epidemic publicity, but also refine high-quality products and create a series of unique reports. And by expanding the news plus service model, local media should further strengthen users' thinking and technology empowerment. And that's all about research. Thank you very much. Thank you, host.
Thank you. With some technical issues, we're not hearing you very well in all the presentation, but we're leaving to the debate some points to clarify. But thank you. We're going to move forward to the presentation of Hong Zhu, I think, is in the room.
Yeah, can you hear me, Pedro?
Yes. Probably, if you are with also with some internet connection is not very well, I'm going to ask when you start your presentation to move to only use the sound. Switch off the camera. Probably can improve your connection.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. When you.
Hello everyone. I'm Zhu Hongxu from Tsinghua University. Today, we'd like to discuss the state of Shanghai media during the pandemic in 2022. First of all, we want to describe the perspective of this essay briefly. We used to know a city by living, working, traveling, and more. It's a real-life experience. That's the perspective of Yifan, the famous humanity geography. But for now, using symbols, pics, and short videos to represent the whole city is what the internet affects us to do. Please do the next slide. During the pandemic, both Shanghai's issues and rumors on social media occupied public concerns. Local journalism reports in Shanghai's communities. Thus, we want to research and discuss the role of Shanghai media in the epidemic. Next slide, please. During that time, disinformation about the Shanghai pandemic made headlines on social media. We collected 19 online rumors and analyzed the rumor tests. We found the online news was not following the basic journalism principle 5W. The text evident on social media was just some gossip or pictures. You see in the previous slide. There was no who, just someone, somebody. There was no when, just now during the rumors relay. They can continue even 2 to 3 days or even longer. There was nowhere, just somewhere, someplace, not the exact locality. There was no why, just some guesses or complaints, and there was no how. But some netizens gave their unprovoked speculations. When a community rumor was presented on social media platform, the real situation of the community might always be ignored by netizens, and they turn to some unstopped online debates. Because of networks, anonymity, and AI recommendation, local media cannot reach the news scenes as they used to do. The community has become an empty symbol in network conceptions, which gradually lose its sense of local and cultural value. Next slide, please. According to our research, we found that 82.2% of the online rumor come from social media circles, such as WeChat movements. WeChat is the same like Facebook or Telegram in Europe. Perhaps the rumor information from strong relationship circles is more likely to be believed and spared. Almost all of the other rumors also come from various social platforms and video social media. Our preliminary conclusion is that rumors usually originate from the community level, not necessarily the community involved in the rumor. And after being widely spread in social networks, the influence continues to expand, affecting the whole of Shanghai and even other parts of China. You may wonder, where was Shanghai's media? We put more attention to participants of local media in refuting these rumors. Shanghai's solution was to create an authority platform through the cyberspace administration of the government. You can see 88.9% of the checking information came from the authority platform called Shanghai Rumor Buster. Only 10 come from various local media, such as Xinmin Evening Post and News Morning Post. Most rumors refuting information come from authority platforms, and the local media can only reprint the information. To a considerable extent, local media have lost the ability to refute rumors independently online. Even though rumors with the local community have been widely spread on social media, local media were relatively weak in this situation. But in one case, we found a journalist from the Morning Post contacted the person in the rumor to obtain first-hand information and issued a refuting message, which was later picked up by other local media. But it did not attract a lot of public attention. Next slide, please. Due to Chinese nationality, we don't have the concept of public journalism in academics. Chinese scholars concluded the journalism of people's livelihood for discussion. Before the new media era, it was called the golden age of mass media in Chinese journalism history. Take Shanghai as an example. The local media and the livelihood news had a long history and a good reputation. And next slide, please. Pedro, did we miss one slide? Can we go back further? Okay. I see. It's okay. Change the next slide. Okay, I found them a little bit. Founded in 1872, Shenbao was one of the most influential newspapers in Chinese history. At that time, it focused on reflecting realistic social life in Shanghai. After the reform and opening up, China began its rapid urbanization and modernization. In the 1990s, a large number of urban newspapers were founded in Shanghai. Shanghai residents regularly read newspapers every morning and afternoon to learn about the change taking place in their cities. Since 2002, local television stations in China have not only shown political news and TV dramas, but also provide affluent local news about people's livelihoods. The residents in Shanghai always watch the local television news in the premier time between 5 and 7 p.m. every night to consider their vicinity. The sense of community was established by reading local media reports regularly. It also proved that the living conditions of local media in Shanghai were relatively good. Shanghai Press Group has taken advantage of this trend and issued plenty of community newspapers 10 years ago, with both news and service. Next slide, please. However, the rise of new media technology has forced Chinese mass media to start their transformation. The popularity of smartphones in China allows community residents to know politics and entertainment in a frequent time. The heat of local news gradually decreased in social media platforms. Most local news was mainly about emergencies, which magnifies conflicts on social media platforms and displays the inherent control capital of local places. Large number of metro newspapers have broken and disappeared, and the few that remain have become newspaper groups. Shanghai Newspaper Media set up a newspaper group containing 11 newspapers, and Shanghai Television Media set up a radio and a television group containing 12 radios and 11 televisions. Now, these two groups are the major local media in Shanghai. Next slide, please. For now, local media was no longer the first choice to read news in China, and the local media was no longer the first choice to learn about service, especially the government service. The government's digital reforms have made it possible for residents to use e-government among themselves. Local media now is in the curves. They lose the media carrier and also lose the exclusive news value. It can only become a megaphone. The pandemic, however, has made Chinese people refocus and think about the realities of local relations. Because the disinformation in the social media platform make them is not worthy to trust. People realize that social media cannot provide journalism for the local community, which have brought up a turnaround in the survival of local media. So back to our conference, Rethink Impact, and we rethink the sense of place in modern China. The long-term rapid development has led to the high mobility and high strengthiness of urban communities in Shanghai. We need a new way of journalism and communication to reunite people's identity about the city and a sense of place. In Shanghai's cases, local media and government, community and social media platforms need to work together in the future by holding online and offline events, creating specific images of different areas, and doing democratic oversight of public issues. Local media can be transformed with a few media mindset in the demand for participate in the marketization of public service. Local media at the stage may still keep the state of a megaphone now. But in the next period, their persistence and efforts may become the engine leading to the creation of new sense of locality in modern China. About this part, we will do more discussion and give possible passes in the upcoming essay. That's all for today's conference. Thanks for your time. Next slide, please.
Thank you. We're moving forward now. Peng Liu and Jun Li, I think. Jai Li. Hi.
Yes.
Let me share your slide. It's this one. When you want to start?
Now it's okay. So I stop my camera to improve my connection. And hello everyone, today we are going to share with you. The title is here, Eating from the Communal Pot, Research on Transcending Egalitarianism in the Innovation of News Production Mechanism of Local Media, Evidence from Rural Counties in Northern China. Next slide, please. So firstly, we put the introduction and the literature review together, and I'll talk to the beginning. During the 1950s and 1960s in China, eating from the communal pot became a norm in social life, which means people had the same salary in the planned economy, regardless of the amount of labor. This is a typical situation of egalitarianism, which remained unchanged until 1990s. With reform and opening up carrying out, the development of market economy have also affected media economy in China. The enterprise management reform of Chinese media system have taken place in 1990s. I have to highlight its features right here. First, from authority to grassroots, from the country to the local, from first-tier cities to inferior cities, to county and rural areas. And second, policy-oriented rather than practice-oriented, which means the media practice does not occur among the civic or public. It is dominated by the government. In next slide, please. Nowadays, county-level coverage media centers, which have already become the frontier of local media reform in China, are still stuck in the gap between the government and the market and have not completely escaped from this dilemma. For one thing, the power and influence is not relevant with the local media in process of news production and media operation, because it couldn't compare with the central media, like CCTV or something. For another, there is a threshold for local media to reach the market freely. The leadership of higher-level media units and the local governments are stressed. Especially under the influence of COVID-19 pandemic, the local media outlets are struggle for survival. As the third category of public welfare department, local media in China cannot live off the funding from financial department of governments, just like the federal benefits back in Europe, even with a small amount of subsidy. The expenditure has been reduced or even stopped as the demand of TV soaring according to the COVID-19. Funding are used in developing TV programs instead. Therefore, some journalists in local media outlets began to experiment with limited innovation to stay in the confine of China's special government-controlled news production rules. They can only innovate in a partially and flexible way in order to reach the performance indicator and obtain substantial wages. Next, please. So at the same time, we observed that one of the most obvious innovative behavior is improving public engagement. They appeal to the public, engage more ordinary people in news production, thus forming the works that made the audience's news interests. Public has a high enthusiasm to get involved, according to our observation. In fact, the technology of communication has not been changed profoundly, but rather the ideology and philosophy behind the practice of technology. The previous research studying local media explored its effective monitor, the potential model for local journalism, media trust, and used the level of complements. So under this context, we focus on these questions. How did the local media innovate in news production to deal with the COVID-19 crisis, and what set of core discourse have formed by journalism workers and ordinary people? So the next page. Then the methodology and analysis. We conducted a fieldwork in Hebei province tracing the news production innovations occurred in new media departments of 4 county-level media outlets to explore how local media outlets adapt to the crisis of COVID-19 pandemic through notations in news production. We identified 25 interviewees after snowball sampling, including workers in new media departments of local media outlets, the public and private entrepreneurs, and analyzes the data, adopting the closest phenomenological approach. So the 7 steps as follows. As you can see, first step, familiarization, and then identifying significant statements, and then for formulating meanings, then the clustering themes, and then developing an exhaustive description, then producing the fundamental structure, finally seeking verification of the fundamental structure. So next page. So we adopting that approach and find that local media workers gain click-through rate and capital by reposting news materials, which might prove to be fake news, provided by the public through official accounts on social media, and by releasing business news or advertising news in a cooperation of public enterprises. Secondly, cooperation between local media outlets and civic groups is accomplished through dynamic negotiations, which include both the form of news releases, content review, and distribution of income. Thirdly, in the process of news production, public and private entrepreneurs interpreted the motivation of news production innovations as honor and recognition from the officials, support the country and collectivism, etc., while the journalists interpreted the motivation of news production innovations as strive to survive, to keep the public informed and involved in news production, into response to people's livelihood policies, etc. They have formed a set of discourse from motive to behavior, both the civic and the journalism. So the next page. This is a new interpretation of eating from the communal pot, a new way of news production innovations for local media outlets, a hidden and flexible way of establishing a new media connection, bringing in civic forces and participate in the production innovations, which is a transcendence of traditional egalitarianism. It created a publicity of dialogue with Chen Sanyang's theoretical thinking on participatory communication theory. So that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We'll now move on to The Power of the Civilian Hero. The authors, I think, in the room. Rogi Chen. Okay.
Hello, can you hear my voice?
Yes. When you want to start?
Okay. It's a great honor to have this opportunity to share our research here. And our topic is the power of the civilian's hero, effective strategies of local media coverage in response to information epidemic. Next slide, please. Since the outbreak of COVID-19, the asymmetry of information dissemination has led to an information epidemic, which has caused panic and anxiety among the public. This widespread negative attitude and hampering effort at a grassroots level. Next slide, please. The local media have played a very important role in the process of suiting the citizens' unease. In this case, how China's multiple media represented by Zhanjiang calm the public mood and the public caused by rumors is the question we want to explore. Next slide, please. This study intends to examine the construction of party member images in Zhanjiang local media coverage during the epidemic. We asked the following question. Based on the previous research question, the variable in this study focus on reporting subject and region, source and emotional attitude and party member images. This study refer to the mass of constructing category for the key variable in the study of party members' image and elite image in mainstream newspaper news in mainland China. Next slide, please. Our preliminary research on the operation of Zhanjiang Daily News and Zhanjiang TV First Sight program was conducted to construct the class of each variable needs of this study. We used 2 to 4 adjectives and could most creative impress the image of the character in some of the Connect News reports and summarize the image of party members in these reports. Then we saw all the adjectives in the summary by words frequency and combined the word with some similar or identical meaning to construct a preliminary category. The final category of the present image conduct for the key variable of party member image in the study are following 5 categories. we set a 5-degree code from 1 to 5 at the same time in order to ensure the rigor and competence of the study. We also add a negative image category to ensure the coder could define the image of a person from both positive and negative side when reading the report. The category of the negative image were finally determined as the following 4: greed, selfish, fraud, and crime. Next slide, please. For the statistic on the occupational distribution of individual coverage, medical personnel who are otherwise perceived by the public as the absolute protagonists of public health events has a smaller proportion of relevant individual coverage in both newspaper media and television media than government worker. Among the reports about groups, newspaper media took over the occupational bias of reporting on individual report, with government's agency account for about 19% among more coverage than medical organizations. Next slide, please. The world frequency analysis of the Connect report title are the following words: cloud map. The characteristic of diligence was mentioned is the most in Zhanjiang Daily News, with a total of 223 mentioned in 483 news stories, account for about 46% of all news stories in the sample. This also suggests that description of the collective intelligence of party members are also calmer than individual intelligence. Although Zhanjiang Daily mentioned diligence most often, however, the image of party member is focused on the delegation, accounted for about 39% of the sample of size Zhanjiang Daily coverage. In emphasizing the image of grassroots party member, diligence is the most frequently mentioned elemental characteristic. While having dedication and being able to sacrifice for the people are characteristic of character that are emphasized and reported by media. Having this dedication being able to sacrifice for the people are the characteristic of character that are emphasized and report by the media. The emphasis on group wisdom and connective wisdom of grassroots party member is almost twice as much as individual wisdom. Similar to the local media, Zhanjiang TV also involves the most diligence characteristic of party member, but put more emphasis on the dedication of party member, making them a great shining image of people happiness, willing to sacrifice their personal life. Among the TV scribes, those emphasize the dedication of party member account for about 63% of all TV sample, and more than half than portrayals image of grassroots party members who are dedicated to the people. Thus, summarizing the above characteristic, we can conclude that diligence is a complete competence, presentative image characteristic of party member that grassroots media coverage tend to involve. Dedication, on the other hand, will sacrifice significantly highlight as a characteristic of the positive image of party members. It can be seen that diligence and competence are the base characteristic of party member. It can be seen that diligence and competence are the basic characteristic of party member. While dedications and sacrifice are involved in the positive image of party member as the focus of coverage. Meanwhile, during the epidemic, neither the TV media nor the newspaper media involved the negative image of party member. Next slide, please. We interviewed a total of 6 frontline media workers from Zhenjiang. They were all directly involved in the production of news during the 2020 and 2021 epidemic. As much as possible, we extend the career of the interviewee to every part of the news production chain. The first interviewer said that before the major public event, especially catered for public event, the core of news and public opinion work must be to enable everyone to be hopeful. The media is here to help at this time. When people's hearts are uncertain, they must focus on solving problems rather than intensifying conflict. Where there is the role and responsibility of party member. And at this time, the warm heart case is exactly what make everyone see the light of hope. Journalists have a established framework and agree upon norms for writing local story before they actually enter journalist practice. For example, each day's coverage need to begin with information about the epidemic, followed by a pioneering model to establish a holistic role model at the community response. And when setting up a holistic model, the charging state of party branches are all levels on using given priority space in the local column first, which also explain why in the distribution of the target of character coverage described in the previous section, the number of government's worker report in public health events is that the media works. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we're moving to the last presentation. And we are talking about Rachel Matthews. The last but not the least. Rachel.
Feels quite last.
Rachel, okay. When you want to start.
Right. I'm going to stop my camera as well because, to be honest, my connection isn't always that great. So hope you forgive me. Okay, thank you very much for those people who've waited until the end of the session. I'm very pleased to present to you today. I think my presentation is perhaps a little bit more reflective. It's going to touch on lots of the things that we've talked about during the course of the conference, picks up on a lot of those themes. It's actually, my presentation today is based on the introductory chapter to a volume that I've put together in an attempt to start some of this job of work that we've discussed about comparative research. It brings together some work of some scholars that we've heard from today, including Lenka and Joy, and lots of other scholars from across Europe and different parts of the world that I'll talk about. And really what I want to do is just think about a little bit about how the local newspaper is functioning in different contexts. Next slide, please. So the background to my work is familiar. I think we've talked about it today. I focus particularly on the local newspaper. It comes from my background as a journalist in the UK. I've actually written the history of the local newspaper in England. And the prognosis obviously usually is one of death, impending death. The newspaper has been estimated to be dying for some years now. The Vanishing Newspaper is a book that was written by Philip Meyer in the US. You're probably familiar with it. I can't remember the exact date, early 2000s. And obviously this is a supposedly a process of digital disruption, and we say that has been exacerbated by the 2008 banking crisis because of the impact on advertising revenues. So obviously this is talking about a particular form of local newspaper, and that is the corporate-owned local newspaper. It's a big business, and that's the model of newspaper which dominates in the UK and US, where much of this discourse has come from, and which I think dominates a lot of the scholarship around the local newspaper. So we know that at the extreme between 2004 and 2018, the US lost a fifth of its local newspapers. So that's the closure of 60 regional dailies and 1,700 weekly newspapers. And we've obviously already mentioned today the news deserts which have opened up in the wake of that. So what we have is a decline in the quality and reach of local news as providers retrench and reduce service. They would say largely that that is because of those falling revenues, caused by digital disruption, the shift of advertising to alternative online platforms, and the recession caused by the banking crisis. However, if we take a longer view of the business strategy of newspapers, we can see that this cost-cutting strategy had been really well established, really since the 1970s, when local newspapers were making enormous amounts of money in this model and profits that they wanted to maintain. So that really, when we see this cost-cutting strategy as a reaction to digital, we know that actually it was already really well established. And I think that's important when we think about some of the questions that were mentioned earlier today, when we're thinking about how journalists are reacting to digital, whether they have resources or how businesses have the ability to react. I mean, in some of the work that I've done with some colleagues in Sweden, we see, for instance, that businesses get entrenched and stuck in a particular way of working and a particular way of thinking, so that innovation becomes increasingly difficult. So I think it's quite important to think about where they've come from in order to work out where they're going to go to. Next slide, please. So then moving a little bit further into the future, I think that what we had during COVID-19, if you look at newspapers again in a broader context, actually is a bit of a contradictory impact. In the UK, it was funny when people were isolated from each other physically. One thing that was observed by many people was just this plethora of printed formats which made a comeback, so that people were literally writing about their lives and sticking posters in the window so that they could communicate and overcome their isolation. However, at the same time, those print circulations for newspapers, which newspapers still rely on in order to make a profit, were really hit by changes in personal circumstances. So people weren't commuting, they weren't buying newspapers on their way to work. The free circulation newspapers obviously had no audience. But at the same time, for local news brands, the digital traffic to those trusted sources of information actually rose. So that what we find is that, excuse me, just find out where we are. So that for instance, in the UK, the traffic to the top 60 local news sites grew by 38% between February and March 2020. One of the biggest beneficiaries of that was Reach, one of the big four owners of local titles in the UK, which said that the pandemic had led to a permanent increase of up to 25% in audience to its websites. But at the same time, advertising spend in the UK hit an all-time low of £500 million in 2020. And when we see that that's dropped from a high of £3.1 billion, then obviously we begin to understand how much has been removed from the industry. And this is problematic because print distribution is still the biggest source of income for those legacy newspaper brands, even though they've obviously all got a digital presence as well, which means that, and it was that print circulation which was complicated and disrupted by the pandemic. So that these newspapers then became reliant on government funding. They drew on the UK furlough scheme, which paid 80% of wages of those staff laid off during the pandemic. They shut their offices. They made people redundant. So that, for instance, the Midland News Association, which publishes the Wolverhampton Express and Star, claimed £1.4 million in furlough subsidies and still made 66 people redundant when their turnover fell by a third. So this just illustrates the dramatic impact that the pandemic had on the business model of newspapers. we can see this pattern being echoed globally, so that a survey of independent media done by Reuters Institute established that local media, including print newspapers, reliant on advertising, had experienced an overall decline in audience, putting further pressure on what's already a challenged sector. In Australia, News Corp closed or made digital only more than 125 of its regional newspapers. In Norway, which otherwise enjoys a relatively vibrant local newspaper sector, half of titles said they had lost about half of their print and online advertising revenue during the pandemic. 15% of those surveyed had lost around 90% of their revenue. And I think this demonstrates for me that when trusted local information was increasingly valued by audiences and they're looking for it, the revenues necessary to sustain that product are harder and harder to come by, particularly for those legacy local news brands which have grown out of the established print-based local newspaper tradition, which is reliant on advertising income. Next slide, please. So then trying to broaden out some of this thinking, and bringing these chapters together, I've put together with the co-editor of mine, Guy Hodgson, this book, which is to be called Local Journalism, Critical Perspectives on the Local Newspaper. It's in production with Routledge, and it brings together contributions from Europe, India, and the US. In all, there's research from 10 countries included in it, and that's France, Germany, Finland, Denmark, Ireland, India, the Basque region in Spain and France, I should say, and the Czech Republic, as well as the US and the UK. So what this volume starts to do, I think, is highlight the differences between the state of the local newspaper, which really draws to attention how important context is when we're thinking about titles and how they're working. So, for instance, you know, as I say, the scholarship in US and UK dominates much of our research about local news, local media, local newspapers, but actually that model of an advertising-led market is not ubiquitous. So, you know, it's not wholly applicable to some of our considerations. Because as we're aware, those policy and political contexts in which newspapers operate can have a profound impact on what they do. And neither, I think, importantly, is the decline of the local newspaper ubiquitous. We see in Norway, for instance, which has a strong tradition of newspaper reading, that decline has been far less precipitous. We have a contribution in the volume from Rajastika and Ventukarman from India, who describe in their case study of Chennai how the local newspaper market is innovating so that local news circulations are higher than ever before. Together, these contributions highlight the complexities which face those studying the post-digital local newspaper, which disrupts, as we've already discussed today, even basic notions like local and the relationship between journalist and audience, both spatially but also emotionally. Next slide, please. But really, taking an overview of these chapters, as I've been able to do as one of the editors, I've really come to realise, I see, that despite those differences, there are three main roles which are ascribed to local newspapers, which I think gives us a starting point to think about those similarities and those divergences. So one of those, I think, is perhaps the most obvious, is that newspapers help to disseminate information. In the UK, then we see this conception of newspapers as a localised fourth estate and a watchdog, which are there to represent the interests of people. Again, I think there's work around comparative job of work to be done about how that role understanding plays out in different contexts. I don't think it's exactly the same in all contexts, but actually this idea of giving information is. And I think significantly for us, it's this role which is seen to be really under threat because of the current contraction in the commercial industry. Certainly, it's a role which is, which the UK government is thinking about when we've got one. They were sort of halfway through an inquiry into the sustainability of local journalism. Similarly, there was an announcement from Canada just this week about more subsidies for local journalism. So we can see that it's this role which really is underpinning a lot of interventions, I think, in some of the things that we do. The other role, I think, for the local newspaper that we can't ignore is the fact that they're a commercial market product and that they're there to make money. For many people who own newspapers, that's what they're there for. And we can see again how this profit motive changes depending on forms of ownership, depending on subsidy, depending and how that kind of shapes the purpose and why people hold those titles. And I think also we can see here that there's this purpose of making money obviously tends to put the role of purveying information and being some kind of a watchdog really in tension with some of the journalism practice which people are studying, because it does come down to resources and what people can actually do. And some of the work that I've published shows how sometimes that those roles can be internalized and stretched and changed by those journalists who are working increasingly under pressure. Then thirdly, we have the third role of the local newspaper as a social facilitator. I think this speaks really to the role that we think newspapers play in communities. I do personally see it as distinct from being a purveyor of information. I don't think the two are necessarily the same. I think Joy's work, obviously looking into communities who are ill-served by journalism, demonstrates that. There's a lot of discussion about how well newspapers fulfill that role of serving the community. My personal feeling is they don't always do it very well because we don't really fully understand what newspapers think they're doing when they say they're serving the community. And I think it goes beyond providing information. It goes to the role of newspapers as acting as a glue which binds people together. And in this volume in particular, it comes through in quite a lot of the chapters, for instance, in the Basque region, focusing on trust, which again is stronger for local than national newspapers. I'm assuming I'm short of time, Pedro, as you've appeared. But as I say, I don't think the mechanisms by which local newspapers fulfill this role are very well understood. Last slide, please, Pedro. So just to sum up, and I think hopefully some of these will feed into discussions of future research. I think that local newspapers in particular often are taken for granted part of our local landscapes, but we know that when they disappear, people care. And that increasingly that's the focus of policy and perhaps public subsidy intervention. That does lead us to the consideration of whether newspapers, and particularly the commercial newspaper, can be considered a public good, in that the social value it produces more than the revenue it produces. And I'm so heartened by this event today because I think that for so often, research into the local newspaper has been undervalued. And in the past, there hasn't been that much of it around. You wouldn't believe that from the range of presentations today, which have really been heartening. And I think a lot of that's obviously to do with the digital transition, which has allowed us, has brought a refocus onto those changes, and also the fact that there are now lots of practitioners working in journalism. And obviously we have also been in journalism research, and we've been presenting today. So I think our challenge now is to sustain that momentum and to increase our comparative research. And that's where I will leave this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I think that we don't have a better way to end this marathon of 3 sessions and leave. I'm going to put everyone on table, especially challenging us to and your last phrase is compelling to the next, because as we watched to this event, is a starting point. First of all, to join people from different perspectives and get to know what are being done in research in different countries, and could follow. And the main thing is probably to do more comparative studies, as you suggest. I was watching the streaming, and we don't have any questions on the streaming, on the chat. I'm going to start by asking if any of the presenters want to ask each other any question. If not, moving forward with a question or two. I know this being the last session is always more difficult because it's being a long day for all of those who follow
Hi,
us
Pedro.
since the beginning. Yes.
Yeah, yes, it's true. I got a question for Richard, for Richard, Professor. We can see. I experienced the whole session, the 3 sessions for the whole day. I see a lot of common worries from local media in Europe and also in China. So we are facing the same situations, but for now, the logic of each country and the situation of each country is quite different. And maybe in China, the government will play a leading role for local media to support them to develop. As I mentioned, Shanghai's media group Shanghai's newspaper said the media group. They use their capital. They use their financial capital to do the marketing investigating for get better benefit. So I would wonder for in Europe media and also in Portugal media, like how can local media groups cooperate with each other in journalism and in other fields. Thanks.
I think that's a really interesting question, actually, which I think probably we began to talk about, didn't we, with Giovanni and his presentation about network media earlier in the day, which I know was thinking about smaller media organisations, I think, perhaps that we might call hyperlocal in the UK, although I think, again, hyperlocal has a different meaning in different contexts. I think in terms of collaboration, I think what I see particularly in the UK is much more openness about the kind of innovation that is happening within businesses. A really good example of that is there's a family-owned newspaper in Scotland called the Aberdeen Press and Journal, which is really going for a subscription model. It wants people to subscribe. And their editor is really open about the processes and about the changes to the journalism practice which are following from that. And there is, publicity about it in trade journals and things like that. So, and I think, so in addition to sort of the professional networks that we have in place, so for instance, there's an organisation called the Society of Editors, which works very much with what I call legacy newspapers, because obviously they're not just on paper anymore. So there's a lot of sharing, a lot of professional development, I think, that happens within those organisations. But then there's much more discussion, and I think gratifyingly for academics, much more interest in working with researchers and actually disseminating and thinking through their practice, which obviously when you're trying to do research, it makes it much easier to get inside organisations and talk to them about what they're doing. So I think that I think that's really useful. Then I think Joy also mentioned organisations like Bureau Local, which are there to actually put together local journalists working in different organisations or working perhaps on one issue like homelessness, and producing outputs from working together. So I hope that answers your question a bit.
Thanks.
Sorry, but I must manage the presence of people in the screen. We only allows StreamYard only allows 6 people, and we are 7 on the room. So I'm going to put. We have 2 people putting some questions. I think the first one is to Rachel. It's Ricardo. Do you believe that participatory financing, as advocated by French economist Julia Cagé, can be a solution, even considering the difference between media and countries? This is the first question. And then we have a second one Do you believe that it's possible to reach that moment when journalism will be considered a public good? Thank you, Ricardo.
Can I just ask for clarification then? When you say participatory financing, do you mean by who's participating in that? Do you mean people, or do you mean the state, or charities, or what sources of funding? Is that, can I ask that question, or do I have to define it myself? I mean, I suppose I think that increasingly we have to move to a mixed model of finance. I mean, you know, the advertising-led model is failing, and I think that's the point at which we're at now, a point of market failure for those traditional newspapers, so that we have to have other sorts of finance. And my hope would be that we would move more towards a public good model, that we have some sort of subsidy in place. But my problem with that is that I think in order to get to that point, I mean, we see already points of subsidy, don't we? You know, like, I mean, again, in the UK local media would say that they will never be subsidized, but they always have been. They have crowdfunding, okay, for example, yeah, they have funding from government in form of regular adverts. They have subsidies in terms of tax breaks, things like that. So those subsidies already exist. But my problem with that is that all local media are not equal. All local media do not have the same impact on their communities. We know that some local media have a negative impact on their communities. So do we want to subsidise those media, or do we only want to subsidise those media that have a benefit? And if we're moving towards that, then we have to be able to set up some way of judging who deserves that subsidy. And for me, I think that's really problematic, because I don't think we're in a position to do that. In terms of crowdfunding, I think it's working on a small scale, isn't it? If we look at things like the Bristol cable, we can see that it works. I don't see that being that different to subscriptions. I think if, you know, people haven't paid the full price for news since in the UK since newspapers were founded in the 18th century. Sorry, that's the historian in me. You know, so I think we have to move back to a position where people are much more used to paying for the full cost of news, and that has to be something through something like a subscription model. But then that also entails, I think, for journalism to do a job of advocating for its own value. So hopefully I've answered those two questions.
Thank you. Then I'm going move away myself and Rachel for put the other colleague in the screen, because the next question is for the Chinese colleagues. We have talked about, several people in their communication talk about different contexts. Rachel, even though we have to talk about this, we are reflecting about, I don't know, concepts like community media, local media, and other stuff, and it's related to different contexts, different perspectives, different realities. So I'm going to put the question of Louisa that is related with this specific context, and wants to answer, feel free. I want to move away, Rachel, for a moment. Sorry. I don't know if some of the colleagues want to answer specifically how you deal with these things related to it. In fact, it's related to trust. We have a lot of thoughts and studies shared here today related to trust in media, trust in journalism, and so this is for you. Want to answer, please feel free.
Hi everyone. So we want to kind of have a brief sketch about this topic. So about the first question, we think, for China, the censorship definitely plays a very important role in trusting local news. Okay. And but we think that about the second question, did people believe more official sources and less local media in the pandemic? Actually, for China, these two things is not contradict, because when we talk about local media, actually we prefer to talk about local official media. and that kind of media actually represent the official sources. But to be honest, there are also some kind of media in the local area, and they are not official. So for this kind of media, actually, maybe they will transmit some false information. And for this kind of things, it is actually letting people feel confused and at a loss. Yes, so that's our opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if someone more wants to add something.
Yeah, I'd like to add something, Pedro. If Lucia, I don't know if there is a recording. Lucia maybe missed my lecture because I explained the role of local media, use their proactive for verify the rumors. But actually, the megaphone for local media, they reprint the local source, the authority source is one of the most important things for local media production. But especially in a pandemic situation, journalists cannot reach the journalist scenes, and some online rumors just appeared by some fake records, fake tests. If you are local media, or in other content, in other continent, you don't have the technology or the fact checking technology to do the fact checking. So in that time, you have to ask the subjective, the rumor mentioned. Usually the rumor talk about the people's life in the communities and talk about the policy, about the government. So the local journalism need to ask their source. Their source is about the government and the local community. So that's not the marketing way we run in China. Well, we run in China, but it's also follow the principle of news judgment. Thanks.
Thank you. Someone else, or I'm going to take this off and put Rachel again because she had a question to someone. You can ask, Rachel.
Just muted myself. Thank you. Yeah, it was a question, please. I was really interested in the discussion that you had about how party officials were portrayed, and you said that obviously they were portrayed as being diligent, and it made me think very much about the discussion about the role of local media in relation to communities and whether they are there to boost to the community by portraying what happens in the community in a positive light. And so I wondered that, and it strikes me that being portrayed as diligent is a good thing. So I wondered if you think that portraying party officials as diligent is good for the community, for the audience, good for the party and for the state, or perhaps both?
Yeah, thank you, Professor. I think if you can describe a party member as a diligence and for local media, I think it's benefit to public hope, just because of the epidemic, and a lot of people feel anxiety, and because they can't get the quick news, because the COVID-19 has
Hi, Professor. I also want to add some information about this question. So we think that when the media portray a party as diligent. Actually, this is both good things for everyone. So for one thing, China have lots of people, and actually the party and the official, they represent the people. So when the epidemic outbreak and we have lots of quarantine policy, and we hope that the official can run the city and run the whole country well, so that we can finally get out of the quarantine and lots of other stuff. So if the media poetry, like the official and all the people are very delicate, actually we can get a lot of trust and we can have power from them. And at the same time, I think that if people trust the government and if people can get power, strength, I think the power things is not very correct. If we can get strength from the government, it is very beneficial for them to run the city and to run the whole country, because we have a very large amount of people actually. Yes, that is my shallow thinking. Thank you.
I continue my answer because I think the incubation periods of virus detection, many times the news is not so timely. They are in a lot of cases don't know where the risks around them. So if the local media can give the people the face to fight with COVID-19, so the warm heart story can give their face to trust. It will be okay in short time. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if we have more questions. No more questions here. On the chat, I don't know if someone want to put one last question on the table. If not, we're moving to the ending session. No? So I thank you all, the participants of this last session. It's been a pleasure to be this day here, and thank also for the questions that people put on the chat, and we hope that this could be a starting point to other initiatives and other research and networks and all of stuff. Let me put, and I'll move on to end this anticipating a few minutes the ending session in the name of Media Trust Lab, the project that held this ECREA 2022 post-conference, the state of local media. Will be ending this initiative. We're going to follow in contact with all the participants, because we're going to publish a book or two. Let's see what happens in the next few months. But our idea is to publish an open access book or two related to the subjects that has been discussed this day. We have a lot of stuff, a lot of interesting studies and thoughts that have been shared here today. Hope that they can stay online for you to review in the next few days and revisit sometime. It's always good. And from my part and the project, it's been a pleasure. And see you next time in the next event. See you.